No, you've got something in. Is that any? I'm presuming they're going to be hanging around. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, depending on where you are. Just doing a very quick check and making sure that everything is looking good. So I've already said this in the chat anyway, but good morning, Toxicate, and very nice planning on my part, I hear, seeing as you were just sitting down with something to eat and having a look for a Twitch stream to watch. So, any plans for merging Welsh and English culture? Yes, indeed, I do have plans. I was having a look at this on the last stream, so I'm not 100% sure if you were there to see it, but I did put out at least the initial plans for it, so I can have a look and go over it. I was planning on going through and actually merging the cultures last time, but we didn't have nearly enough prestige to be able to do it, so it had to be postponed until 2 days. Let's just get the game loaded up, and that should be coming up pretty soon. Yeah, okay, yep. That's jogged your memory now. So indeed, we are going to be going through that, and I am hoping that this means that we're going to be able to actually go through and merge those two cultures and make a start. Okay, and speaking of, looks like the game audio has started to come through, which looks pretty good. We've just got a minute left. Okay, 1 moment. My avatar needs to be slightly reconfigured. Not that one. There we go. And unfortunately seeing a little bit of the magic behind the scenes. Okay, and just lower down the game audio as well a little bit and raise mine up because I think it is a little bit. Yeah, just basically let me know if the audio balance is a bit off, because naturally I am hearing a completely different set of audio sampling to people on the stream. But we will be able to start in 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's go. And for once oi, I'm 3D, thank you. I'm 3D Toxicite, not 2D. I jumped over from being 2D and I'm 3D now. Okay, audio is good on your end. That is good to hear. I just need to turn the volume down a bit on my end because I'm not sure if I am trying to speak over too much on the game. But yes, so let's load in and get started. So I did save manually, but we do also have an autosave, and I did try and do my best to try and find out what genetic trait the dynasty tree here has. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it, but the good news is that apparently this only gives a 10% bonus from what I have found. So regardless of what it is, so long as it's honestly not like giant or albinism, either way, we have some pretty good genes in the family tree anyway. Oh, that's interesting. This character is focused on learning at the expense of all else. I'm not quite sure I've ever really seen that for a child before, but that's nice to see. And you are still looking fine with your pure-blooded trait. Not quite sure what you mean there, Toxicite, but yeah, I'm meaning the albinism trait, but even if those get added into the family tree, they do have some benefits to them. Okay, so a child born from... I don't think that's the one that wants us to press the claims, but anyway, just a standard name, so we will continue that absolutely fine. A decision to hold court, and we have an inspired person. So this is an adventure inspiration. Oh, okay, the hover over is not quite aligned on that one. So a character who has an adventure inspiration is inspired to go on a grand adventure and bring you back an artifact. The artifacts gained from this inspiration can vary wildly and could be anything from the skull of a mighty beast to a stolen heirloom, and she's considered a master by her peers. So how much? Oh, it would only cost us actually 86 gold to send her to Northern Europe, so yeah, let's send her off. That still leaves us with 180, which is more than enough. And of course, last time we were trying to kill you. So when... Okay, so we've got about 2.5 years for you, and about 3.5 years. Toxicite was going off you trying to pronounce it. Yeah, I wouldn't 100% trust me on pronunciations because I have what's called a reader's accent. So I experienced a lot of words when I was growing up in books rather than hearing them. So I tend to pronounce them as I think they should be pronounced. And, well, it means that I do tend to mispronounce a number of things. So the time has come. Ooh. Okay, I didn't realise she had the scaly trait. That is interesting. Yeah, I hadn't heard of what a reader's accent was until about a couple of years ago, but it's quite an interesting thing. So, well. Okay, some of it, it's not really actually explicitly noted, but it may be a like urban dictionary thing rather than something specific. But yes, I say that I have a reader's accent just to excuse my mispronunciation of words. Okay, so before I leave, is there anything specific you want me to keep an eye peeled for during my journey? So we can say something truly unique, something from an exotic animal, a trinket made from a material you cannot find here, a tapestry art or artwork that makes me wish I was there, or I will trust your instincts to bring me something great. So this is the first time I've really done this, so we will just say I trust your instincts. You have a child who has no notable genetic traits at all. Our wife is pregnant, 8 months. And this is also one of the new things that gets added with Royal Court. So people tend to... Oh, okay, apparently we didn't actually get a pop-up notification of that child being born, but we'll have a look at her in a moment. So people will now get traits depending on what type of court they've been part of. So because we have an administrative courtier or administrative court, that means everyone who has been living in there, aside from us naturally, gets a trait relating to that, which gives them a small bump up to their stewardship. Oh dear, that's not a good one. So we have a daughter who is quick, which is nice. Unfortunately, she also has haemophilia. So what can we do? Yes, so unfortunately we can't do anything. It may be a case that she just ends up being quietly pushed along and encouraged to be a nun. Just, you know how things are. of course, the fact that that is genetic is making me slightly suspicious, or at least a tiny bit anyway. Toxicite, she just can't ever have any form of depression or wounds, as she was just die from the slightest fart. Yes, yes. Yeah, so the fact that our wife is actually in Wessex does make me slightly question the parentage. Oh wait, was I looking? I'm a fool. That's the reason we didn't actually get a notification, because it's not our child. It's the child of the King of Wessex, not ours. Whoops. Okay, that explains it. I was kind of thinking, I was like, okay, I guess you could argue that we do vaguely look similar, but still. Oh my goodness, I was thinking that it was a bit strange, because I was pretty sure our wife was way too old to have children. But anyway. Okay, so who can we declare war against? So that is once again the Isles and England. So their military strength is inferior to ours. Don't you still have... Well, I think that's sort of our problem solved. We don't have to murder anyone. So why does this not count as an alliance anymore? Why does this not count as an alliance? Is it simply just because... Okay, I'm going to need to take a couple of minutes just to have a look through this. Okay, so this is the current king, who inherited after you died of old age on the 3rd of December 998. Okay, let's have a look at the title history. So yes, you inherited on the 3rd of December, indeed. And your relation to this person... Okay, it is your brother. So is that... Okay. Alliances in Crusader Kings 3 are a bit more complex than they are in Crusader Kings 2. But either way, guess what we're going to do? We are going to declare war against England. So this does mean we are going to lose 200 prestige, which means it's also going to take us a while to actually do the culture merging. But who cares on that when we can take over English land, eh? Who cares on that when we can take over English lands? Oh, and they're calling in a couple of allies, so I think we probably should as well. You only have 200 troops. Yeah, let's call you. You've got about 600. And yes, the Duchy of Mercia is brilliantly large. Okay, so inspiration, a change in direction. A traveller claiming to be employed under my beneficiary, Gwen Wolfback, is brought before me. She's in good health. She brings news of the possibility to find an even greater adventurer. She took a wrong turn somewhere and is now in... That is one big wrong turn. That is one big wrong turn. Let me just say, you were supposed to be up here. How on earth did you get all the way over here? So she has enough funds to make it to Northern Europe as planned. but suggests with some additional funding, she can chase up on a local rumour and bring home a great artefact. So we can say, I'm not going to fund this self-indulgent outing, so she loses 25 opinion of us. Or we can give her an extra 60 gold. The artefact will be of a higher quality. Yes, I'm going to go for that. So we do have a small number of troops compared to theirs. So this is the army of Winchester. Okay, so the Kingdom of France got called in. The Kingdom of France is being absolutely shredded. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, what on earth has happened to France? Okay, aside from having a ruler who is inbred, despite that, he's still got 11 diplomacy. But ignoring that, so you are at war for a conquest on the Duchy of York, a war for the claim on Kingdom of France, another claim on the Kingdom of France, a war for an earldom, a war for a county of Clermont, and a war on the Duchy of Mercia. Oh my goodness. Yeah, France is very much imploding. Aquitaine is nice and stable, relatively speaking. I mean, their ruler is just irritable, a drunkard, delicate, one-eyed, and has lover's pox. But they have managed to take some land from France, and France also looks to be slightly being gobbled up by Burgundy and Lotharingia as well. And of course, we can't forget Wessex and England that have sniped Brittany and parts of France. Yeah, sometimes I just absolutely love the way things go in Crusader Kings, because it could just be wildly, wildly ahistorical. So, I think I've got this. So you probably hired mercenaries, didn't you? Those are probably mercenary groups, if I'm going to guess anything. Because there's almost 5,000 troops there. There is no way that you would have had so many when we looked at you. And of course, apparently you're involved in quite a lot of those French wars as well. Is that because you're white? Nope. Well, who knows? Anyway, so inspiration. Receive a missive from my adventurer. Delved into a kurgan, an ancient burial mound from the age of the Scythians. Hundreds of long-perished horses, stuffed, preserved, and staked to the walls to stand upright, each with their own room. It was a stable for the damned, lost to time. Knowing of my duty to seek knowledge for our realm, I considered stealing a relic when my guide was not watching to bring it to you. You can probably imagine what I did next. Well, considering you are deceitful and brave, I think you probably... So we could gain a panther figure, which gives us +1 to our court grandeur. One of the horse's saddles, which gives us monthly martial lifestyle experience. Or we could say you didn't disturb the dead. So respects the dead for 2 years. Okay, so that's an inventory artifact, as is that one. So we'll say she pocketed one of the ornaments, which is a horrible thing to say, I know. Oh goodness, okay. Apparently I didn't get enough sleep last night. I didn't get enough sleep last night because these are not the troops. This is Prince Elfwine. These are the troops of Prince Elfwine, which is this war here. Depending in the Wessex de Jure war for the earldom of, I'm presuming that's Bedford. Down here. Luton. Yeah, I'm going to say that's Bedford. So that has nothing to do with us, we just need to keep out of their way. Okay, so our adventurer sends word. For 10 days and nights, me and my party have been hiding. Bandit lady has set a blockade. What do you advise? Caution, or should we fight them? So we can say keep laying low. So 27% chance she steals away in the night and steals the gold. 54% she just manages to steal away. 80% chance is caught, gains the trait wounded, and the adventure inspiration loses 2 progress. No guts, no glory. Make them pay. So 17%. Okay. Wow, that is a bit extreme. 17%. So Gwen boils and cleans, yields his skull, and sends it for use as a cult artifact. Wow, okay. 60% chance she successfully drives off the bandits. So the bandit gains the trait wounded, and the artifact produced may be of a slightly higher quality. Gwen is wounded, or 0% chance she is killed, or we can send 20 gold. Oh. I am honestly tempted to go for the middle option just because I want to see if we actually get that 17% chance. Yeah, let's go for it. Okay, so that was the 60% chance. No, we don't want the earldom. We want the duchy once again. So, okay, so we got the one that drove off the bandits, which means the artifact that gets produced will be of a higher quality. Whether that is going to be something that... Okay, so this is just going to be another little trinket, but we will equip it. It's just a shame we can't actually see the little panther figurine there. A stone figure looted from an old Scythian Kurgan burial mound. Let's actually just take a quick look in our courts at the grandeur. So our baseline is now 23. So what do we need to get up to? The next one is 7 more. And I think at least for the moment we should be fine. We do get a levy-based contribution of +10 at the next level. For now we have a bit more knight effectiveness. And because we are 2 levels above our expected court grandeur level, we get a bit of extra prestige, vassal opinion, and courtier and guest opinion. So bestow royal favour and manage royal guards councillor task. So nothing too spectacular, reasonably speaking, but it will still be more than good enough for our purposes for the moment. And then of course we need to take aim on the Kingdom of England as well, and I am going to have to be very careful about all of this because I did do a test run where we basically rushed for the Duchy of Mercia and we got absolutely stomped when all of the rebellions started up. Okay, so that is not a place we can actually siege. I can never 100% remember which one of these are. Okay, it's not that one either. Okay, apparently we have a sister married to someone in Poland from the looks of it. But let's see, how is England doing on some of their wars? Very poorly. Very poorly indeed. Yeah, I don't quite know why that alliance with Ireland just disappeared, but hey, I'm not going to complain about it. Oh, that's interesting. Reprieve from Scandinavian adventurers. Somehow this character is one of measure of respite from the relentless Viking hordes. Will not be attacked by landless Scandinavian adventurers. For 9 years. Okay, we are at 38% and we can unlock another learning lifestyle perk. So of course apostate. and then come through here and just basically siege down everything. Oh, okay, that king didn't last long. I'm not surprised. Died of... oh. Bled out after a lengthy torture session. So the next king is... this person. France isn't doing too good with their kings at the moment from the looks of it. So the previous one was just inbred. And this one is sterile, which doesn't have any health negatives, and also hunchback, which again doesn't give any health negatives, but they are both still congenital traits. I'm surprised they actually managed to get out yeah, 3 kids. One of them does have the giant trait. Is interesting. Okay, so my friend Tutor is terribly bored. So we can say I'll make time for him. He can have... I was... oh my goodness, for a moment then I thought that was a bit of land. I completely forgot that was our cat's name. Or we could say he needs a task to be kept busy. He could become our court tutor. Speaking of that, we don't have a court tutor. So is he in the list? And if so, where is... okay, his aptitude is average, so no. We will appoint someone else. And we will just say we will make more time for him. So food taster, we could get someone in. But obviously that is going to take a bit of money. And we don't necessarily want one. Same position for the cupbearer. Bodyguards. We've got a couple of people who could be decent. But there's no big need for that at the moment. I think we'll probably keep that for when we potentially become emperor. And hopefully we can actually hold... I was going to say hold the Kingdom of England, but no, it's not going to be the Kingdom of England. It is going to be just the Duchy of Mercia, was it? A acquaintance has died. Once again, that is absolutely fine. So yes, this will just be a duchy. So even if this actually splits away from our direct control, because it's a duchy under a kingdom, it will just remain in our de facto kingdom. Okay, so you are now in apparently someplace that has a load of bears. Okay, you're nearer. You're nearer to Northern Europe than you were before. Oh boy. Okay, there we go. So I did also add a few things to actually get some so get some stream markers, so I can now actually do that and go back and snip them when I want to. But yes, she wants to attack a bear. So my search has led me to the forests of Ufa. They are notoriously bear infested, but I have good reason to think my goal is near. So her knowledge should be good enough to keep her safe. 50-50 chance. She successfully avoids any bears, and adventure inspiration gains 2 progress. We can say, by God, I hope she doesn't have to fight 1. So 57%, she slaughters 1. Artifact inspiration gives 1 progress. Artifact produced may be of a higher quality, or slightly higher quality. 43% chance she's overcome by a charging bear. So gain the trait wounded. With an extra 25% she gets maimed. Or we can say she's cautious, she'll take the long way round. So this one has slightly better outcomes. Let's keep our fingers. No, actually this one, 2 progress. Yes, okay. That was a good result. But yes, like I was saying, she was kind of supposed to be up here, and she made her way all over here, and now she's about roughly halfway back. So Tutor is scheming against Agnes. Yeah, let's just expose that. It's because, and how is the siege going down here? Almost finished. That is good. And I think honestly a couple of more sieges like that should be fine. So what land, if we win, would we get? So okay, so we looks like we are going to get all of it. So that means we could indeed push on to the Petty Kingdom or Duchy of East Anglia. Oh my goodness, where are all these people getting lover's pox from? Well, I mean, I know what the obvious answer is, but still. Court graduate level 2, yes, fine. We don't need any more allies. Imprison criminals, okay, so that's you two. We don't have to worry about that. Ooh. Someone... Okay, someone has a claim on a little county in Scotland. That's not overly something we need to worry about. And Wessex. Okay, so yes, this is just our daughters. So the earldom. Ah, yes, the one that he took from us. So their military strength is superior to ours, so we will need to be a bit careful about that. Okay, so we have our adventurer return with an artifact. So I return from the steppe with an artifact from my journey. So I take the bulky bundle into my hands and loosen the cords before peeling layer after layer of fabric. Inside is a goblet. I ask Gwen where she got this, and she tells me of a hair-raising dare she had with a stranger that ended with the opponent losing after drinking poison. So we now have a Welsh Goblet, which is an illustrious pedestal item. Short range duration minus 28%, and court grandeur bonus +4. That short range duration being reduced by over a quarter is massive. So a ceremonial goblet of masterful craftsmanship. It is made of ivory with sapphire inserts. So she now gains, or will gain, the trait Adventurer, so we can see that here. So martial per level of fame and prowess per level of fame are +1. Men at arms maintenance -50%. General opinion -10. Ignore negative culture opinion, yes. No negative opinion of other cultures, yes. And opinion of other adventurer characters +20. Oh my goodness, that is going to be so tempting to give her a bit of land in England, just because that trait is probably going to have a massive difference to things. So let's go to our court and put up our Welsh Goblet. And let's see, so throne room, let's go to photo mode, and we want, there we go. So yes, that is fantastic. That is going to be, oh my goodness, that is going to be so massive in terms of beneficial items for us. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Toxic Quoke, that indeed is a massive beneficiary. So it does make me wonder, is Illustrious better than Masterwork? Just because of the fact that all of these are giving kind of 2 or 3 court grandeur, and this one is giving us 4. So I've no idea how the colour, what would you call it? Like in hack and slash games when you get loot and it's like the bottom tier is grey and then it's white and then it goes up. But that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I'm wondering what the colour scheming is for all of that. And of course we do have the King of England. Is that? Yes, the King of England coming back to try and besiege some of our places, but we are going to be finishing our siege mightily quickly. And personal battle is going to be roughly even. So what benefit do you have? Plains, farmlands and steppes. That is plains, so we will indeed leave you be. And it says it's going to be roughly even, but let's face them down a little bit. Okay, so they are 2-star versus 3-star. So this says we will probably lose. Oh, and we've lost yet another wife. Oh dear. So she died of natural causes. So once again, time to find a spouse. And once again, sort by stewardship and figure out who is going to be the best of them all. We've got a 54-year-old here who admittedly only has 1 learning, but compared to what we have, we have 21 learning, so it's not exactly going to be too tricky with all of that. And Toxicite, I'd assume it follows the same, so grey, green, blue being common to rare, purple and orange, epic and legendary if we go by traditionally Warcraft standards. Yeah, yes. That is indeed what I was meaning. Like the standard colours for loot items. So indeed we are unfortunately losing this battle. We've gone from 65% to 49%. War score. However, they are... And we've been replaced as the dynasty head because our military might has gone down. Oh no! Okay, no, that's not the good one. One second, let me get... I need to get my laughter under control. No. Okay, I had a moment of fear. It's like, one of my grandsons has been taken prison? Oh no! Oh no, is that the good one? No, it's not. That's the good one. This one is just, meh, yeah, sure. Pretty much the very definition of the heir and the spare here. So, comely, hale and genius versus comely, hale and intelligent. I hope you're not getting too much gamer envy on the fact that I can look at the second-born grandchild and say that they're not the good one. Because, yeah, all things considered, they're not actually that great. All things considered. Okay, and we've got a granddaughter from one of our daughters. So, gained the Amazonian trait. Toxicite screams in red. Oh, you just wait, you just wait. I'm going to be here with something so bad in a generation or two. You just wait. So we need fertile and inheritable. And have a look at this. Ooh. Yeah, you just wait. I'm going to be this family in a bit. I'm going to be this family in a bit. So eldest child, inbred and sterile. Second child, haemophiliac. Third child, inbred. Fourth child, inbred, but at least he's pretty. And fifth child, inbred and still tiny bit pretty. Yeah, but yeah, just you wait. I'm going to be this family in a bit. So we could obviously... Oh, yes. So really reinforce the Herculean trait and then get the first level of intelligent in. I think that is probably what we are going to be going for. And then this is also one of our grandsons who's technically worse, because even though he is a genius, that's the only genetic trait he has. Okay, I didn't realise that those two were cousins. So this is... Oh, you're from two different branches. It looks like you'll be fine. Looks like you'll be fine. Okay, and yep, we are winning this battle, which is good. Though that only gave us 1%. Come on. That only gave us 1% additional war score. But their troops seem to be fleeing to all four corners. And that just means more sieging. Because unfortunately taking over the Duchy means that we do have to hold a lot of territory. Toxic Eye. I didn't realise they were cousins, as she slowly moved their mouse to arrange marriage. Well, I did have a look. They are of differing branches. Oh, okay, that's not the person we wanted to look at. She's already ill, okay. But let me just have a look. So, the one that we just got betrothed, so she is here. And the one that she is betrothed to is... Oh goodness, let me just have a look. KN. I swear to you I have my glasses on. Ah, here we go. Okay, so they are... okay, so siblings, first cousins, siblings, first cousin. They're second cousins. That's going to be fine. They're only second cousins. But it will be interesting if, despite being second cousins, they actually end up being more inbred than the bunch of first cousins. Speaking of, okay, so quick, still no children, and obviously the daughter that we know just had the Amazonian trait. And get rid of a couple of those bits of information saying about battles because we don't necessarily need them. Okay, and just someone else being charmed by our cat. Okay, so who is this? Army of Leicester. Nope, doesn't look like anything we need to worry about. I tempt fate. Indeed I do. Indeed I do, but so far it has been going okay. Okay, so someone wanting or has fabricated a claim on this bit of land here. 20% of councillors' skills added to our own. We will take that, thank you very much. And that does remind me that we probably need to have a look and make sure we've got good, appropriate people. So, you are a powerful vassal and you want to be on the council. You do have a better skill than our current spy master. So, yes. That gets you up to 62%. Okay, so you are 16... Slightly worse than him, but unfortunately he is also a powerful vassal. Any other good martial characters? We've got someone who's 17. Let's actually you out because you do not consider yourself powerful. None of the people who are good marshals consider themselves powerful. Potentially because I've been, or when I give out land, I've been giving it out to people who have a high stewardship. So they get loads of money, but not necessarily that many troops. Okay, where is everyone trying to go? Well, we can come back down here to Worcestershire and get through that. Start seeking that down and maybe tempt in a new battle, perhaps. Because they are just... Yeah, okay, I think the AI's gotten a bit broken again. Because they are kind of just moving around between different areas, embarking and disembarking on boats. Okay, so 83 people there are finally trying to siege down. And then you are sodding off to Ireland for whatever reason. No, but you are coming back, and... Yeah, who knows what the AI is trying to do. I don't know if it applies to CK3, but I know in CK2, higher stewardship gives the AI higher prosperity rates and higher culture conversion. Yeah, I'm aware that there are naturally benefits to giving land to people with a high stewardship skill. And I know that there was... Okay, so this is one situation where numbers do not win out. They do have a higher quality army than us, so they are winning despite everything else. So what can we do? So we can spend 90 gold to upgrade that. And let's spend, yes, 55 gold to upgrade that as well. Even with all this war, we are still winning. Oh, even with all this war, we are still winning. Even with all this war, we are still earning money. So where... I could have sworn we did have a rally point over here, but maybe it got destroyed somehow. So let's raise up the other troops. Which is... Oh, okay, C is not the merge one. And then let's move you over. Merge all of those armies and just wait and see if they reinforce anything. No, we are not giving away the cat. It would be nice if there was a different event where your wife actually liked your cat and wanted to keep them around. But yes, I know that at least in CK2 a very good person to give all of your like newly acquired land to was someone who had a high stewardship skill and was also content, because they would know they wouldn't really have any ambitions to try and take territory from you. So, yet another granddaughter. Okay, we're starting to see some of the negative traits come in. She is scaly, but still intelligent. So that is still just about manageable. Let's see, who could you get betrothed to? Anyone? Yes, someone who is in our dynasty. Once again. Toxic Height. Wonder if you're a queen you could get a crazy cat lady event. That would be interesting. Though I think it would be honestly nice just to get a kind of general person who really liked cats anyway. Just kind of saying. So ideally we want a level 3 one. Hey, you are a tiny bit older, but we will betroth you. And let's just see anyone that has... We'll try you two together. Try and potentially get a bit more genetic diversity. So this is going to take us a good amount of time. They can't siege down because they don't have nearly enough soldiers. But yeah, being a ruler generally that is just someone that collects all of these cats together would be fun. I imagine if they actually did show up in the throne room and you just saw all of these cats milling around, that would just be... I would just love to see that. That would just be so amusing. Oh, and we've got another inspired person. Okay, wants to write about stewardship, but her skill is decent. So we will just ignore that. Basically, if... Oh, and we can hold court. Oh no, that's a court event, not hold court. I see my court tutor, Adderhide, with a flock of her students encircling her. Tutor, what's a parallelogram? Tutor, what does it mean to make love? Tutor, should I be playing my flute louder or much louder? So we could say, aren't they darling? So all of the children gain 10 opinion of us, but Adderhide gains 57 stress and learning decreased by 2, which is not good because we do want her to keep that up. Hello, Edgar, hello EO, thank you for the follow. Apparently my alerts aren't notifying me of that, but yes, thank you for the follow. Hope you enjoy the stream. Okay, that was only 35 seconds ago. Okay, so I didn't miss that too much. Thank goodness. So anyway, we can buy someone a trumpet, so we will lose 10 gold. One of the children will gain 30 opinion of us. However, Adderhide will lose opinion, gain even more stress, form closer to forming a rivalry, and learning decreased by 2. Or we could say we'll search for a new tutor, which will cost us 200 prestige. No, we'll just go, oh, aren't they darling? Which is always interesting because, I mean, it's kind of why I asked you to be the court tutor in the first place. So there we go, there's the decision to hold court, and here's the decision to pet our cat. I won't read that out because we've seen it more than enough times, and it does honestly just say that we settle down with our cat for a bit. She sits in our laps, starts purring, and we don't have as much stress. Or we feel less stressed, I should say. Okay, so that is another bit of land that we control. So this is another claimant. Let's come down here. And obviously into here, and this one says that we will probably win. Apparently the King of England is now in debt. Okay, yes, so we've made sure 10 times. We have 10 times the troops, so we were able to win that. Toxicite, do I know if we give a player any of those titles, they get those events? I honestly cannot say because I tend to focus on playing as single player games, so unfortunately I can't answer that. I know that if you as a player are in a, or if you're a player who is a vassal of someone who has a royal court, you can petition your liege and you have a decent amount of different options that you can go to. I'm not sure if you had seen some of the earlier ones where we actually became or were forced to be a vassal, but we did have options such as petitioning our liege to clear our debt, to gain land, and some of those other things. Oh dear, so apparently we've had a local mystic cut open and spill the intestines of a hen. The blood showed me your future is dark and full of death. So we've had a bad omen for 10 years, so that gives us a moderate penalty to our health, which is not going to be good. And someone else just showing. Okay, so Norseman army conquest of the Duchy of Man, and once again, honestly, I don't overly care too much about that. Toxicite, the cool bits I know. I was hoping, say, if you were given just a title, you'd get just a specific events. That would be something fun to know. I'm hoping that they've obviously managed to program it in so that, yes, you do, but who knows. So anyway, if the King of the Isles really wants the Isle of Man, then I guess they can have it. It's not going to be too much of a loss for us. And there we go. So a bunch of disjointed pirates, landless freemen, desperate lesser children, and other assaulted miscreants have joined Gear in his proposed assault against my holdings. So, unlike conventional foe, it may be possible to simply deal directly with the invaders. So, never. We can say never. We gain 150 prestige and fight them the old-fashioned way. It does give us 36 stress. So we can say if they want land, then give it to them. So they will win the war automatically, but we will lose 350 prestige. King Elfgeir becomes our vassal. We could pay 230 gold. Or we could just say we'll banish the invaders as we've always done. So if you become our vassal, what land do you hold? Or are you honestly just a kind of roaming band? So who does own? So, okay, it's our Duke, our Spy Master. So I'm just trying to have a look. So they will automatically win the war. We'll lose 350 prestige. But they will become our vassal. And we will get reprieve from Scandinavian adventurers for 10 years. Let's do that, yes. Okay, that honestly looks like it didn't actually change anything. So we've got okay, yes, it did take some time. It just needed to actually it just needed to flick over. So we can demand your conversion to Catholicism. Will you accept? So he would gain a weak hook on us. Yes, we'll do that. I mean, what he's probably going to do is like use it to reduce his vassal obligations. So how many troops do you have up here? And this is, we will probably win. And hopefully this army will, yep, they're marching up. So that is one thing that the AI is actually good at looking at. And our cat has destroyed something, so we will just say we'll compensate you. Sanctioned loopholes, what does that one do again? Buy claims. So if we have the money, we could potentially decide that we want to buy claims outright instead of trying to fabricate them. Come on, stay still for once. Please. Okay, fine, we'll go directly here. I swear there should be movement lock. There we go. Okay, we only caught 17 of them. There we go. How many wives is this that we've lost now? Is this like wife number 4? Like, is this wife number 4 we've just lost? Apparently we didn't like her too much because it reduces our stress by 15. Time to look at the singles adverts again. Time to look at the singles adverts. Oh, no, we don't want to do that. That was a misclick. That was a misclick. And once again, so we've got a 63-year-old here who's genius. We've got a 55. Honestly, the fact that all of these wives keep on dying before us, I'm actually tempted to go for the younger one. You know, the one that's actually a year younger than us. Let's go for it. She will accept, so send the proposal. Is this the same inspiration? Yes, it is. I wish there was a way to, like, click it and remove it if you had 0 interest in it. That way we'd only be notified up here if it actually was someone of interest. Oh boy. Well, you're skill 20. Welcome to being our spy master. Is anyone else who wants to petition us any good? Yes, you are. So that is our new, recently converted Norse Duke here. So Catholic, but also Norwegian. And he is also an adventurer. So that is, again, an interesting trait to have. And let's just see how is this battle doing. As I say, it should be pretty good. Our war score goes from 69 nice to 76. And honestly, let's just go around and start sieging down some more territory. And okay, so someone or one of our friends has died. Was he? No, he wasn't any of the people that we'd given a position to, but apparently we have an absolute ton of people in our dungeons. Let's just ransom all of those. 25, 35, 36, 61 gold from then. Okay, I have no idea where that is, but just from the crest it looks like it's part of the Roman or Holy Roman Empire, so we probably won't be going for that. Oh, a huge bunch of raiders there. And who else was in our prison? So ransom up to 5 characters. So let's see how much gold we get from all of those. Okay, conceded our imprisonment reason. That is fine. That is basically what he's just used the weak hook on. I probably would have done something different, and honestly I don't really care about title revocation because even if he is of Norse culture, he is Catholic. Oh dear. So questionable concoction, supposedly the strongest potion in existence, pale yellow liquid. They say it grants vigor and long life and is favoured by those going into battle, but only the strongest can handle its power. So we gain 18 stress, 28% chance we get strong potion, giving us a medium health boost and +2 our prowess. Otherwise, 78 or 70% chance feeling unwell, and 1% chance the potion is too strong for us and we die. So we can say only God grant us strength. Dismiss Barbara as our court position, but it will cost us 200 prestige. Or we could just say this thrill isn't fit for a beast, let alone a man. Lose 18 prestige, but honestly nothing else happens. 86%. This war is a little bit world weary because it is just going around sieging everything without too many things of particular note coming around. So I think after this one we should probably go back, fight them, and re-siege actually. How long will that take? 7 months. And that will take them 16 months. So we have the time. Just keeping an eye out for any other troops that may be coming along. It doesn't look like there's any. Oh, and our ally is finally deciding to go over and try and siege some territory on his own. So yes, our Marshal is going to have a huge task ahead of him to obviously go through and get all of these new counties and territories under control. I can just imagine this is going to be hectic. There are going to be so many independence factions and revolts and everything coming along. So plains. Okay, so that is all the same kind of territory type. Okay, apparently that is the army of Worcester. I don't quite know where they are coming from because they're not part of the alliance from what I can see. So they could honestly just be passing through. Okay, and we'll try and start a private garden. Project fails, but nope, we gain a Seeker of Knowledge. And our cat once again gives us 2 gold. Hello, Blue Cornflower. How are you doing today? So, yes, you managed to miss... Oh no. Oh. Oh. So unfortunately our cat has just passed away. So we can just say, I will miss you, Gwyneth. In which case we will lose the trait or the bonuses pet cat and rat hunting cat. So that will lose us a couple of skills and lose us a bit of a health boost. Or we can spend 50 gold and say, I will make sure you'll forever be by my side, and we get a small tanned hide corked artifact. Oh, now if that was a stuffed cat rather than just a hide, I would be tempted. But I'll just say we will miss you, because indeed we will. He has been doing a lot of good work for us and for the realm. And, okay. Right, I think we need to see. So, who is Lancaster at war with? Lancaster is at war with Alba for the Duchy of Strathclyde. But yes, rest in peace, Kitty, indeed. Gwyneth is part of the war on Alba. Okay, so there's a war against the tyranny. And an independence war. Realm. Yeah. Dynasty and part of the realm. Blue cauliflower, don't forget to save. I won't, don't worry. So the game does auto-save anyway. Okay, we've got some prisoners dying. We are sieging down, and let's just see. Would we probably win? That's good for me. Unfortunately, they are being scared off a tiny, tiny bit. Let's just chase them down once again. There we go, we've got them. Oh, ooh. Okay, that is interesting. You have arrived and you have a claim on the Duchy of Brittany, so that is part of Wessex. How strong are Wessex? Vastly superior to us. Toxicite. I don't know why, but it's oddly adorable. Carry on. Oh, this is nice as well. So the Battle of Newport ended in an astounding victory. I eagerly listened to the messenger as he reads the report from my commander and turned to the soldiers before me. So we came upon an enemy banner. It'd be a shame to leave it behind. Oh, okay, yes, this would be good. This would be good to add. So 0.04 prestige a month per night, plus 10% dread gain, and plus 3% and plus 3 court grandeur bonus. A war banner of the armies of Kingdom of England taken from their forces after the Battle of Newport. Yep. That's going in our treasury. So... okay, so I don't know where our other... oh, okay, apparently those got moved over there for some reason. But we now have an English war banner. So yes, this was what I was saying. So masterwork, illustrious and famed. But yes, that is now behind us, because that is going to be a sign and a reminder to people that we defeated the English. And we hit them so hard that we were actually just able to take some... or take the banner, and that is going to be inherited along with the Kingdom of Wales. And hopefully a couple more battles and a bit more of a siege. One more siege should hopefully finish up this war. But oh my goodness, yes, we actually get an English banner. And also apparently our rival Sean died. And yes, I know how to pronounce Sean because I've had a couple of Seans in my life. Or known a couple anyway. So we have a court event, once again, distrust of friendship. So a small, sharp twinge of jealousy as I look over to the source of laughter. Thankful that our guest Ethelberg appears to get along well with Queen Eleanor, but there's something in how the two interact that worries me. Their smiles are of the kind that lifelong friends or devoted lovers share, but unabashedly act as if they're the only ones in the room, leaving me out of their conversations. So we can say we must put a stop to it. I should encourage the bond to ensure the visit goes well. Whatever their relationship might be, I'll stay out of it. So 1 in 3 chance the two become the best of friends, 2 might become friends or even lovers, or the spike of interest in other peters out to how it was before. Yeah, let's just do that one. So there we go, grew closer to forming a relationship, which is good because she is the guest who has a claim on the Duchy of Brittany, so it would be nice for us to be able to keep that around and just make sure that nothing happens to that person. Oh, okay, someone is plotting to kill us. So what is our spy master on? Support schemes. So we'll change her over to disrupt schemes and hopefully that will give us a little bit of plot protection. / discourage some people from joining that. So we will gain Scholar, which gives us +5 learning. That could not have come at a... well, I say a better time. It doesn't actually decrease odds against us. 90%. Why? Come on. Okay, battles lost 28%. So basically we may need to just come through and win more battles. Okay, managed to catch you again. So Queen Eleanor gains scheming expertise, so +1 intrigue. Yes, I think indeed we need to kind of just come through here and wrap up some of these options. Unfortunately, our antiquarian just died, and the only options are average, but we will just appoint someone in there just so we can actually keep them around. Toxicite, yeah, no worries. Hope you have a good time at the gym, and yeah, if I'm still streaming when you get back, I'll see you then. If not, hopefully I'll catch you in my next one. Have a good time. Let's come up here, so that's another court event. And we are still only at 90%. So you want a position. So what are we saying? So he can be our cupbearer? No. No. Seeing as I don't overly care about you and you don't have any genetic traits, we will make you our court jester. How about that? You want a position so bad? Well, here's one. And we've got 6 people here, so let's chase after them. I know, very, very unfair battle. Oh, and look, there's 2 people coming in to reinforce them, or try to anyway. Okay, that's gotten us up to 91%. Okay, let's go here and siege the second to last bit of land. Court Grandeur is at level 4, and that's probably actually a good idea just to check where our baseline is. Our baseline is at 30. So yes, we are now steady at level 4. And let me just have a look. So because our Court Grandeur is 3 levels above, so 1.6 extra prestige a month, 20 fellow vassal and independent ruler opinion, 12 regular vassal opinion, and +16 courtier and guest opinion. So those are obviously going to be more boons to actually getting people potentially invited, because obviously we are looking like we're pretty well off with all of those benefits. Okay, so that is actually a genuine army. So that is the army of Worcestershire. So hopefully we'll be able to come around and... There we go! New cultural era! We have joined the early medieval era. So yes, we are the culture head. So what can we go for? Yes, hereditary rule. We'll go for that and we'll discover it in about 28 years. Because that will give us the option to go for just standard partition inheritance, which was, I'll admit, something that took me absolutely ages to get my head around what the difference was. So essentially the Confederate partition one we are at, if we happen to say, oh, okay, we've got 100%. So if we did happen to get the Kingdom of England title, or enough land to create the Kingdom of England title, if we died now, then we would have one son gain the Kingdom of Wales title, but then the Kingdom of England title, if it didn't already exist, would be created and given to the second son. So that means the realm would split apart. But if we had just regular partition, from my understanding, that would mean... Oh my goodness, look at that, that looks gorgeous. And apparently we got that bit of land up there as well. So we will need to go to war with Lancaster pretty soon to actually unite our lands. So anyway, if we had enough territory to create the Kingdom of England title, but we hadn't, the second son would still gain whatever duchy title, but the Kingdom of England title would not be created. Okay, right, so disband all of our armies. And let's have a look at our vassal. So unfortunately we have now got pretty much everyone in the realm, or in the new kingdom, absolutely despises us. So did we gain ourselves any new territories? Let me just have a look. And let's go for just a random person. Right, title show only recently acquired one. So yes, we do have this one now. The Earldom of Staffordshire. So who owns Shrewsbury? Is you. So we do need limited crown authority to obviously revoke those titles. We cannot do that at the moment because we need 157 more prestige. And of course we probably need to have a look at how bad... Oh no, actually it's not as bad as I was thinking. That will be 3 years, that will be 4 years, that will be 9 months. So let's put you up there. And in the Earldom of West Riding to fabricate a claim on the county. Let me just have a look once again. So the Petty Kingdom of Lancaster. Okay, so we probably do actually need to move you. So we'll just let you do that. So no, I cannot. So we'll actually change you over. I said change you over to here. Actually no, we'll actually change you up to here. Yes, just change my mind. So the Petty Kingdom of Lancaster is all of that. So we do have 2 of the territories. So unfortunately we only have 2 of the 3 required counties, and we would need 250 gold. So we could potentially go to war against him, usurp the title, and then come across and try and get... Who owns... Does no one actually own the Duchy of York? No, no one does. So that could be interesting. So if you actually came in here and got East Riding... Or is West Riding part of it? West Riding is part of York. West Riding is part of York. So this is the Duke of Man. Hello there. F3 Woe Rambo 420. Thank you for the follow. How are things doing for you today? So anyway, I'm just having a look on this. So I think, so if he wins, so I think this is saying that if we actually push this forwards, Duke Alfgeir would gain the territory, but because he is already a vassal of ours, he would gain the territory, but he would stay a vassal of ours, which means that we would have enough territory of the Duchy of York, which has not been created, to create it ourselves, and then we can potentially force vassalization. Yes, I think we're going to go for that. So we're going to leave our Archbishop here and see if he actually gets a claim on the Duchy of Lancaster at any point. If not, we do have a claim on this little bit of land here, which we will need to kind of push if we want it. Where on earth is this? Okay, somewhere far off that I don't really want to care about. And then we also have someone who has a claim on the Duchy of Brittany in our court. So does it actually say that she is in our court here? It does not. But let's keep going, because this has been very, very successful. It has been very successful. Of course, one thing I've not been keeping an eye on. Okay, right, it looks like the advert options have been running smoothly. Okay, so ransom for 50 gold. We will accept that. Ransom for 25 gold. Probably actually check the rest of our prisoners and just see if they can be ransomed out. Oh no. So which child is this? This is our third son. So you were kind of generically ill. So sadly, yes, a son has passed away without having a child, which is unfortunate. But this is why we had all three of our sons marry their three cousins. Okay, accept another ransom demand. And who is this? Wants lower county control. Okay, that's not necessarily what I want, but let's see. Okay, we can ransom you once again. Oh my goodness. Wow, okay. This would be interesting. Wow, okay, that would be interesting. Apparently we have too many held duchies, so we'll sort that out in a moment. We need to find someone who is good to be able to do so. Where is that adventurer we had that I said we were going to give some land to? Still around? Hopefully she is. Yeah, I can't seem to see her, at least not immediately. Hopefully she's not disappeared. So we want to look for adventurer. Nope. Okay, it looks like she may have honestly died. So that will be unfortunate. Yeah, do you mind if I call you Rambo? That's honestly going to be easier for me. Yeah, so obviously, as you can see, we're playing Crusader Kings 3. We started off just having pretty much the de jure Kingdom of Wales and a tiny bit of England. We did have last episode where things were a bit iffy because England and Ireland were allied and they had an immense amount of military might. But I loaded in today, went a few months, and the alliance had been completely dissolved. So I have honestly no idea what happened there, but I wasn't exactly going to scrutinize it, so we just fought a war and we now own a bunch of land in the Midlands. Okay, so do we want to grant a tax lien? Yes, we'll do that because I don't think... Yeah, that is... Okay, I was going to say that's only reduced it by 0.8, but no, that has reduced it by almost 0.2. However, we could probably just come back here and start increasing the control back again. Oh, murder has been abandoned. What on earth? Oh my goodness. Well, okay, I can see why he'd want to murder us. I can see why he'd want to murder us. Because obviously he is our grandson and... Well, obviously if we die, then his father inherits, and then... Yeah, and they actually had a child who was exceedingly disappointing. They had a child who was exceedingly disappointing. So we can say, I will make him regret this. Gain watchful for 2 years, lose 100 opinion, and we are allowed to rightfully imprison him. Unfortunately, we don't want to do so because we do want him to have more children with this person who happens to have the pure-blooded trait. Hint, hint. Yes. How is everyone else doing? I think everyone else is probably okay. But yeah, I wasn't quite expecting it to be our grandson. And we can hold court. So let's... Oh, here we go. So this is yet again an option for our court physician who has been digging up bodies to study people. So we can say, why didn't you invite me? So who is this person? Oh, okay, she's our antiquarian. Oh no, sorry, I'm reading it wrong. So we imprison this person instead. Gain 33 dread, spend 10 court grandeur, 300 learning lifestyle experience. Yes, let's try that one. So we've got a new learning perk. Okay, so this boy has been at Oswald's court with no one to watch over him since the disappearance of his father. Please look to his future. So he could become our ward and will owe us a strong hook if they remain our ward until they grow up. We gain 10 grandeur. My hands are full, but I will find him a home. So he will become the ward of this person who is our spy master. Yes, let's do that one because he is not anything spectacular. And my niece is being brought forwards in chains. Caught her in the process of sending sensitive information to foreign spies in the Inner Hebrides. Oh, no, that is not acceptable. So we can say off with her head. I forgive once. We gain a strong hook on her. Or we can say I have different plans for you. So yes, we will indeed imprison her. So that is it for 10 years. So apparently we also have an artifact we can place. Okay, apparently we just randomly got Excalibur and I wasn't informed. So 0.1 prestige, 0.03 renown, plus 2% knight effectiveness and plus 1 court grandeur bonus. So there is an area ruler in Britain who doesn't claim to have the true Excalibur. Wars are paid for by selling Excaliburs and you must hope your guests don't catch another displaying the sword. So we'll put that down and, you know, it's actually not looking too bad. So we have a couple of tapestries, an English war banner, a random shield, Welsh Goblet, a just book of scriptures, and now Excalibur, or reported supposedly anyway. And of course a new lifestyle perk. So let's just complete the learning one. We don't overly have too much else to do. And unfortunately we do need to figure out a way to get more prestige in. So someone has a claim on Herefordshire. And could we potentially go to war? No, we don't have a casus belli against you. We could buy a claim. How much? Oh, okay, so that is piety. So that would be piety. Nope, we don't want to do that one. And move that back down. So buy a claim, that would be 1,000 for a kingdom. That is good to know. Let's see, request claim, will not accept. We are already a king or emperor, so he's not going to accept that one. The request claim. That's interesting. So we can't really claim against another kingdom, but we could claim against someone else. And yeah, so that would give us the Yalda. And this would be the petty kingdom. Okay, so we can spend 500 piety to have a look at things. And obviously get some other territories under our control. And I really don't want the Kingdom of England to be under our control until we can actually secure it. In terms of either having an empire title. Okay, and another one, Huntingdonshire. Okay, Earl of Westmoreland. No, we don't want to worry about that one. Okay, and we've got some peasant rabble, rather unfortunately. And yes, I'm aware there are all of those options, and we probably should actually look at our council. So we do still have 2 people who consider themselves powerful. So let's see, so 16. So do we have any better potential spy masters who like us? Not really. So Chancellor, we'll assign you. And let's just have a look. Any better stewards? No, not at all. Any better marshals? Yes, but it would mean that we get rid of the Duke of the Isle of Man, which I really don't want to, because we can use him to press the claim against Lancaster here. And of course, speaking of, let's just have a look at our men-at-arms and military power. Oh, okay, 16%. So we can afford to put a few more men-at-arms regiments in. So we'll create a longbowman and actually get rid of the regular ones, because we are now in the slightly higher, so they are 29 and 10 versus 26 and 10, so they are slightly better now, and will increase the size up to 2. And let's just see, innovations early medieval. Do we have any information from anything else? It doesn't look like it. So, hereditary rule expected to be discovered in about 26 years. And of course, unfortunately, we have culture spreading. And let's just turn you over to collect taxes. So that goes from 1.2 gold a month to 1.2 gold a month. Okay. Yeah, so this is going to be another bit where we are honestly just watching and waiting, building up our gold reserves back. Oh, okay, Ireland just grew. I just saw them. They just took the Isles. Okay, an inspired person. So you have the weave inspiration. You want to craft something glorious. Okay, so we've got another adventurer who wants to go to Western Europe, but your skill is merely decent. This person is very competent. She wants 50 gold. We will do that. So we can ask for something showcasing the untamed beauty of nature, something that illustrates the history of the Kingdom of Wales, or a representation of what life is like in my realm. Let's go for that last one, because that sounds intriguing. And we have another faction. Someone wants to install someone else on the Mercian throne. However, 44% military power. So that is going down over time. Okay, inspiration, highest quality. Okay, so she's basically wandering through a market and has found apparently some excellent quality thread. So it will require another 50 gold, and the artifact will be of a higher quality. We could try bartering. So we would, if we won, 41% chance it would be 10 gold instead of 50. But a 58% chance we'd still pay the 50 gold, but also spend 150 prestige. We can just seize what she needs, but that would be an act of tyranny. Let's try and see if we can get a fair price. Nope. Unfortunately, I thought so much. So maybe I shouldn't have tried to be greedy, and we should have honestly just kept it where we were. And there we go. So famed large wall ornament, 0.1 renown a month, plus 1% vassal tax contribution, and plus 4 court grandeur bonus. So the cloth depicts a court hearing. King Pierre, that is indeed us, sits majestically at the centre of the scene while vassals, emissaries, defeated enemies and servants wait in line to pay homage. So unfortunately, this does mean yes. Oh, okay. So we can only display 3 large wall ornaments at a time. That is slightly disappointing. Okay, so that one. Oh. Okay, I think honestly that one is probably actually just going to remain kind of locked away just because we don't really have the space for it, and it doesn't have anything particularly interesting. Okay, so this is someone who's been drinking all day and night basically, so we can say she can sober up in the dungeon. We can try and give her a stern excuse me, a stern talking to, or we can say let the others mock her. No, she can sober up in the dungeon. So negotiate release, or okay, yeah, we can only just negotiate release. So she will be our executioner. She's 70 years old, so honestly she's not going to be around for too much longer. Speaking of that, let's see, I think honestly we'll probably just want to mass release all of these characters. And of course we are getting a load of people claiming territories from us. And honestly half of these in the learning tree we won't need in any circumstances. There we go, Petty Kingdom of Lancaster, so we've got that one. So yes, all of Lancaster will be mine at 154 gold. And we've got someone just bending the knee. And another child of our dynasty. And once again, pretty much complete mediocrity compared to what we've been seeing before. Have you had a second child? Yes, you have. Who has basically... this is going to be one of these slightly aggravating things. Let's ask the head of faith for gold and spend 250 piety for that one. Dangerous faction. I don't know why you're saying that, because we don't actually have a dangerous faction, not even a quote-unquote dangerous one. Oh, okay, our Duke converted culture. And Ireland just grew a bit more. Okay, and this is the peasant rabble. So just rally the troops, and it looks like it is honestly just one group. Look at that, 3,000 troops. Magnificent. And there we go, war is over. That was easy. So disband all of our armies. Actually, if we've got 3,000, how does that stack up against Wessex? So they are superior to us, but not overwhelmingly so. So maybe if we kind of try and creep up here before Ireland gets to it all, look at that. Before Ireland manages to get to it all. Okay, so yes, we could spend 250 prestige and get that one. I think for the moment I'm just going to quickly run an additional ad break. I know we have just had one, but I need to take a quick break myself, so I'll put some ads on, and that will mean that obviously we won't have any pre-roll ones for people hopping in. So I'll just quickly run that and I'll be back hopefully shortly after it finishes. Okay. Okay, come on, register them. Like, register them back. But yes, we are. So, there we go. Excuse me, just opening a can of soda here. Okay, I am definitely going to need to rearrange my options for all of the for obviously the quick actions and chat and everything, just so I can get them better laid out. Oh my god, that is horrible. Okay, back here again. Oh, we've got it. There we go, that's better. That's better. Okay, that looks better. So I do now have options. Yeah, okay, that looks better for me. Right. I don't know quite why some of these things have suddenly just decided to stop working, but nevertheless we will go back here. So yes, their military strength is inferior to us, so we will indeed declare a war, and we also need a new military rally point. So let's put one all the way up here. There's all. And then just basically send them all over. Oh god. Oh. Okay, yeah, so sometimes I admit having a cold drink sometimes trips up my hiccups. Whoops. But anyway, so we do actually now have a cultural current exposure. So we are being exposed to the Burrs, so that will be discovered in about 43 years. And hereditary war in about 21 years. So the thing is, could we live to the age of 86? Maybe. It's just a matter of whether that would actually happen or not. So they are coming down to try and siege some of our territories, so we will need to chase them down. There we go, we caught them. There we go, victory, and that's already given us a 15% war score. Let's come up here to their capital and start sieging that down. New lifestyle perk. Yes, so most of this is all about religion and religious conversions and such, which is not something that we necessarily need. However, in terms of perks, it is potentially quite useful. Okay, so we've now got a couple of perks, and that is yet another wife who has died. Oh boy. Right, time to search the adverts again. We want someone who is infertile, good stewardship. Preferably other traits are reasonably good as well. Basically, we can probably semi-ignore diplomacy, and we could definitely ignore learning. So you are 50 years old, so you look moderately decent. I know she has the hunchback trait, but we will not be having children, so that should be... Ooh! Captured a son and heir in battle, or during the siege anyway. And let's come back and try and fight you. Nope, you are running off. Never mind, so we will just siege it down. And yes, this is indeed running around quite fast because we don't have too many things that we necessarily need to do. So this is basically trying to contact the divine. Yeah, we'll just say my intentions are pure. Nope, so he's just lost a tiny bit of opinion with us. That is another bit of territory sieged down, and we will once again try and catch the enemy army. Move up, siege some more. This is already 80%. Okay, so this is... Okay, so one of our territories was just raided, so we've paid a tiny bit of gold against that, and let's reduce the speed once again. Okay, so we have an independence faction, which is what I was honestly not wanting to see. They could send an ultimatum in 6 months. So hopefully we'll be able to get this war done and dusted by then. We no longer have a seneschal. We don't have to worry about that. Okay, I'm starting to get nervous now. So yeah, we'll learn more about the practice through books. And increase learning by 1 and 1 learning lifestyle perk. That is nice to see. So can we actually enforce our demands? Not quite yet. Yeah, I am very much now starting to get a bit nervous, and that we weren't paying too much attention to this. Because it was looking okay, at least for the start. So when can they actually send an ultimatum at any time? So they could come in and honestly just like that one. So we can say I will not be threatened. And this is going to be a bit of a pain, because how much of that territory? Quite a bit. Oh, the Teutonic Order has been established. That is always going to be fine to see. We can call on... You have 100 troops. We won't worry about that. You have about 600. 1,300. Yes. Independence War. We will call you into that one. How many troops do you have? 23. Yeah, maybe not. You have 1,400. We will call you in. And you have 370, so no, we won't call you in. We can ransom a couple of prisoners, so for 10 gold. We can lawfully imprison someone else. Let's just see our prisoners. And for this one, so captured areas apparently only worth 10% nowadays. That's a disappointment. Okay, so yes, we are getting a couple of our allies / dynasty members coming in, and hopefully that will help us enough to actually go through and hopefully not just get completely thrashed in this war. We've got a couple of boats turning up, but of course I have no idea if they are our allies or not. I don't think it is, because I think this is a bit too soon for them to turn up. Okay, well here comes the forces of the Isle of Man. And they look like they are coming to directly attack us. Nope, so we have won this war, so we can force demands and take all of that territory. So, oh my goodness, look at that. Ignore the fact that we are bright red because we are in the middle of wars. But we have successfully... So chances are even. Let's actually just stay here for a moment then. And just think and plot where we are going to move. So you are Army of Norwich. Ah, okay, so we did inherit a war, unfortunately. So East Anglian War for someone's claim on the Earldom of East Riding. And that is that group up there, so we will, I think, ignore that for the moment, because the Independence War is going to be so much more urgent, let's just say. So yes, too many held duchies. Titles can be created, so we can create the Kingdom of England and the Duchy of York. We can ransom you for 10 gold. We will do that just to get a bit of money back. And we are obviously going at quite a slow speed because I am just wanting to keep an eye on things and just make sure we're not going to rush into too many battles. So we're only losing the Independence War by 8% so far. So let's come over here and no, actually go round this way. Hopefully they'll follow us. Yes, they have. So someone has left the Independence War, probably because obviously they've just died. And it looks like their realms... Yes, their realms were indeed split apart, so it doesn't look like they have enough power / encouragement to actually want to go to war. So who are we missing on our council? So we're missing a steward and we're missing a marshal. You are terrible at both. How about you? Are you good at anything? Yes, but not... I guess I could make you a spy master. Yes, we'll do that. So we have a chancellor. So that will be you. A steward, who I guess is going to be you. And a marshal, who is going to be you. So we have those positions all filled in. And let's just keep this going at a slow pace. Just to make sure that we can apprehend any attacks or attempts on us. We obviously have enough troops at the moment to deal with one of these armies, but not both. However, I don't think there is enough what's the word? Supply limit. Oh, okay, they are trying to come in with all those 7,700 troops. Yeah, we're going to be absolutely thrashed here. They say, okay, what has that just happened? So one new situation. Yeah. Yes, this is what I was fearing was going to happen. Yep. There we go. Take Teutonic Order. So the Borough of Grimsby. So this would gain us 95 gold. 130 gold for the Barony of Borough of Grimsby, rather. Yeah, go on. You can have it. So unfortunately we are going to lose this war. And unfortunately I think the only way to come out of this is to just surrender and let them all be independent. However, that does also mean that we can come back in and snipe them one by one at a later date. So we can say, yes, I am eager to learn something new. We will become a herbalist. So unfortunately this has kind of damaged most of our lands. Yes, this has kind of just damaged half of our lands. So yes, we will dive deeper into that knowledge just to see what's going to happen. And speed this up because we are not quite so worried about anything. And we'll come over here and siege this back down. Okay, new learning perk once more. And I mean, we could actually change over to medicine focus and give us a small boost to health. Yes, we will do that. Indeed. I can't quite see what the army makeup on this one is. But essentially we've kind of lost the Midlands and we've gained a chunk of land in the north, which I would say is a decent trade-off. So we can still create the Duchy of York. We can ask our head of faith for gold, which we will do that and get some more money in. We can lawfully imprison someone who has attempted to murder a family member. We don't want to do that. We don't want to necessarily worry about strong vassals. How much is this? The battle chances are even. So this does say a better army commander on our side, so let's just keep looking at this. Okay, and we're getting some superb battle rolls for this. So that indeed does look good. Okay, and that's just a random outburst from someone. Can we white piece? Yes, we can. I'm not overly wanting to fight that battle so much. So let me just fall back and have a look at our situation. So, Wessex, so someone is claiming the Duchy of Poitou, and someone else is wanting a claim on the actual Kingdom of Wessex. So that will potentially fracture things. France has kind of pulled back from its rebellion earlier in the stream. Holland apparently now exists as an independent duchy. Who on earth? Oh, okay, the northern... Right, okay, of the Northern Isles. Right. Interesting. Okay, anyone else? Sardinia is still split into many things. Everyone else, once again, I can't see anything of too much of interest. But anyway, so let me just have a look here. So we... Okay, yep. So we do have de jure claims on you. Let me just see. Yep, a de jure county. Okay, so we would need to try and get the duchy itself back. Declare war. Okay, and that is once again just the duchies. And we can seize the earldom. So it would take us a couple of battles to manage it, but we would be able to come through and sweep up a few of those lands as well anyway. Let me just... Okay, we're actually doing... We're not doing too badly actually, at least not for today. Let me just have a look at a few things. Okay, and we just... Yeah, we seem to be doing pretty deep. Okay, yeah, I think I have managed to break my layout on the stream. Unfortunately, I can't seem to get anything. Let me just see if I can try and bring them back. Okay, there's that. And there is that. Come on. Play nicely with me here, please. No, that's not going to play nicely with me at all, is it? Okay. Yeah, okay, my quick actions are just completely broken for the moment. So I'll just have to bring up the... There we go, that one. And just keep an eye on it. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's managed things a little bit better. Yeah, sorry about that. Just trying to get things arranged and organised a little bit better. So this is basically some people are having a discussion. 94% chance of avoiding... Yep, so someone has a disputed heritage. Okay, I really need to learn the difference between the melancholic trait, which is inheritable, and the one which is not, because they look so similar to me. It is ridiculous. But anyway, let's just... Honestly, I think we may be coming to the end of this ruler's lifetime. So what we need to do is just check on who and what is going to inherit things. So that is indeed going to go to our eldest son, as is the Principality of Paris. Gwyneth is going to go to our second son, as is the Principality of Mercia. So those are all duchy titles. And this one up here is going to go to our first son, second son. Okay, yeah, so yes, it's going to pretty much just be split amongst the two brothers. I could... Yes, I hate to do this, but... Okay, we need 300 prestige to do that anyway, so that's probably not going to happen. Yes, I did. Okay, apparently we own a bit of Wales. Oh. We own a few things up here for some reason. And yes, Ireland is... Yeah, so this may end up being a fight between England, Wales and Ireland over who is actually going to rule most of the British Isles. Because honestly, we, for a moment, were owning what was, or what is, de jure England. So that is going to be an interesting situation. So this is a holy war down in Spain. I thought I recognised the name. And then this one is someone who wants independence. So this person up here wants independence from Alba. So unfortunately, yeah, the King of Ireland is managing that a whole lot better than we did our own revolts. But what we can do is, honestly, I think we will just put most things up to speed 5, build up our treasury, build up our prestige, and just try and get things back to where we were. So is there anything we can do in the court that will improve our prestige? So my son has excelled during our recent battles. I'm expected to officially reward him in some manner. So we can say I'll speak well of him. He's the new lord of the earldom of this one. Gifted gold or personal champion. Okay, yes. Seeing as that does not actually require us to give any land or any territory or anything of the nature, we will just say yes, he will be our new personal champion. Okay, we've got a stack overflow there. We have a stack overflow there. Hello, Dark Sage. Excuse me, you're not allowed to be the King of Wales. I was there first. You need to wait your turn. Oi, I need to come in and do horrendous crimes against the English people. Okay, that overflow did... Ooh, okay, that could be interesting. Hello, Hoofkins. How are you doing? I was wondering when you were going to be popping in. But yes, things are interesting, considering where we left off last time. So I think you could probably look at this and see a few changes. See a few things that have been happening. And of course, speaking of that... Well, look at this. So, this is, as we can see, our daughter-in-law, or... Actually, no, not our daughter-in-law, our niece-in-law. Dark Sage, I can commit all the violent crimes against the Scottish you want. Leave the English alone, kill the Scottish people. Ireland's doing that pretty well. Honestly, it's very much become a situation where it's England being gobbled up by Wales and Scotland being gobbled up by Ireland. So yeah, this is very interesting. So anyway, our grandniece has become the ruler of Wessex, and our nephew is actually married to her. So that could be interesting. I'm not quite sure how we'd actually manage to get that into the family tree or into the family line, because this is a bit of a situation I've never really kind of considered before. So I have no idea how we could progress from this. But the fact that that has happened is pretty magnificent. So your military strength is similar. So, okay, the Lordship of Gwent, because that's de jure, that's a single county, and those are 3 single counties. The thing is, she is the Queen of Wessex, which has become its own independent kingdom. So even if we were to actually get the Kingdom of England title, she wouldn't accept vassalization because she would not be a vassal of that. Rather unfortunately. And that is one event that we've seen many times before, is just someone randomly bleeding out. And because our learning stat is so high, we have a 100% chance of being able to do that successfully on our own. So, yes, rather unfortunately, Hufkins, battle sounds commence. Yes, I'm not quite sure why. There's nothing overly epic. But yes, so obviously we started off this stream with just owning Wales. Somehow, the alliance between England and Ireland completely dissolved, so I could go in there and take over the Duchy of Mercia. And then we were able to go up here and claim the Duchy of Lancashire, which also has a tiny bit of land up in Scotland for some reason. And then as we were fighting for this one, quite a few of the new English vassals decided that they wanted to have their independence. They didn't want to be ruled by a Welsh king, so unfortunately I had to let them go. However, aside from a couple of situations, we should be able to gobble them back up with no trouble. And then once we've done that, East Anglia and Gwynedd are going to be our next goals, and then it is honestly going to be trying to see if we can dive down and grab Wessex and Brittany, and then back up to fight a Irish Scotland, and then see if we can actually get the Empire of Britannia up. Okay, so this is a Liberty War. Yeah, okay, we'll just accept that. Ireland is looking real chonky. Yeah. Yeah, there were a couple of situations on the where I was pretty much looking at the map like this, and I could just see Ireland going look, 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 and just creeping up. Yes, indeed, they are still insular. So there is the potential that we could Holy War them when Holy Wars actually start up. And we do have, let me just see. So we have the I think we have, I can't remember which one it is, but we have one of the Holy Orders in under our control / in our lands / maybe one of the independent English dukes. But yes, Ireland is still insular Christianity. So I don't know. Maybe we could actually have a look at some alternative religions. Okay. So you finished increasing control in that area. So let's just send you across to do more, because this is going to be a long process. So 11 months for there. And unfortunately, because of all these events that have been going on, we've been spending prestige like nothing else. So we're actually worse in terms of progress towards doing the cultural mixing than we were when I started. Oh, and also our cat died in the game. I should specify that. In the game, our cat died. So we'll find our answers in the heavens once more. So this is Prince Elfwine's claim on Wessex. Yeah, well, I will say, Buffkins, the good news is the cat looks like she just died of old age, just based on the event, because it was very much a like she crawls up into your lap, curls up and starts purring and falls asleep, and you go, it's like, yeah, he doesn't look like she'll wake up in the morning. So sad, but she had a long life with us, and despite the fact I think we're on wife number 5 and at least 2 of our wives were allergic to the cat, I just kept on saying no every time we got the event pop up which said to get rid of the cat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay, we do have 19 intrigue and our wife has 10, so I know exactly what this is. This is part of a plot to murder us. So this is from High King of Ireland wants to murder us. Assassin carpets. Yes, indeed. So we can say the carpet will cover the floors in all my rooms. So we do get plush and exotic carpet. So plus 20% monthly prestige, which could be interesting, but minus 10% hostile scheme resistance. Let's actually see how good is our Spy Master. So that would, we would actually still be 1.5 above, and we do need a bit of prestige. Let's go for it. Yeah, so that has taken us up to 8.4 prestige a month. And hopefully that does mean we will be able to do a few things with culture pretty soon. We should still be, let me just click on one of these bits of land. I was going to say, yeah, we should still be high on acceptance, 64%. So we are losing, no, yearly change plus 0.47, so we are still going to be good on that. And honestly, if we do get assassinated, we are 72 years old. Nope, don't really care about that. We should have a de jure. Okay, no we don't actually, but never mind. Let's have a look. 300 learning lifestyle. Let's just do that one to get the gold and lose a tiny bit of stress, even though we don't really have that. Gained a level of fame. Which one is that? That is prestige. Oh dear, okay. 110 gold. Yeah, let's just send the gold. Ooh, okay, so our son and heir has been imprisoned. And that reminds me, we need to have a look at our great-grandchildren. So I know the first 2 daughters were disappointments. Third daughter, genius, hale, but club-footed, and the heir apparent. Well, not quite what I was wanting, but he did get the pure-blooded trait. Well, okay, that is going to be interesting. And apparently my niece has accused my son and heir of having an incestuous relationship with his own daughter. Ooh, so this is... Ooh. Oh no. Thankfully, we ourselves don't lose any of that, but unfortunately our son and heir will. So anyway, what I was saying was we are 72 years old. We can gain a new Dynasty Legacy. So I did have a look at this, and there was honestly no way I could actually find what trait was taken here. But from what I could find, it's only an increase of 10%, so nothing too interesting. And honestly, octogenarians giving +5 life expectancy just feels very, very meager. That almost feels like it should be down here. So we do have an option to unlock a new one. So fertility +10% and attraction opinion. Marriage acceptance +30. A vibrant court. So courtier and guest opinions up. Court grandeur bonus up. Better guests will be attracted and it will cost less to recruit guests. We can do dread gain. Popular opinion. Hunt and feast cost -30%. Honestly, I've been forgetting about hunts and feasts. House of Warriors, which gives prowess and knight effectiveness. Or language scholars. I think I will probably start going up the warfare trait. So 2,250 renown. Yep, let's do that. So we are currently well known. Faithful, almost activated servant. And we've just tipped over to illustrious. And yes, indeed. Oh, heir, just doing CK3 things. The thing is, he didn't even choose the best daughter. He chose the one who's a giant and is intelligent. And is apparently also a nun. And is apparently also a nun. Okay, apparently he actually had 2 daughters that were giant. So you've got haemophilia, you are inbred and haemophiliac. So that didn't turn out too well, even though they weren't actually related. How has this one turned out? Inbred and a giant. And quick. Genius. Quick. Yes, we did look at you. You are just generically intelligent and quick. You did manage to get out a child. Just one. And then obviously our son and heir. So yes, this is... Really, I'm not sure if this is good or not, to be honest. Who can we get you potentially betrothed to? Basically, only the people that are already inbred is not good. Inspiration, skill is merely decent. And the joys of wine. Okay, so this is our Archbishop and a random courtier having a loud disagreement about wine. So our Archbishop is saying wine offends God, it must be avoided. Even though wine is used in communion, of course, sure. Barbara says a bit of wine is healthy for the body. And then Swanhilda interrupts the discussion. The only amount of wine that is good for you is all of it. So wine opens the door for Satan, gives us piety, but also a bit of stress. Yes, we'll say a little wine keeps the humours balanced. We'll gain drinking in moderation and 150 prestige. So, of course, Sufkins, you also missed the new court artefacts that we actually gained. So when we took over England, we gained this lovely, lovely English war banner. Then we had someone who came in with an inspiration wanting to create something. So we got this tapestry created. And then we also got, from a random adventurer, a Welsh Goblet. So this is an ivory goblet with sapphire inserts, apparently. Minus 28% short range duration and +4 court grandeur. And we also have apparently... Oh, I didn't mean to put that away. I didn't mean to put that there. That was meant to be there. And this is meant to be here. And we have apparently in quotation marks, Excalibur. And the fact that this actually says about there being a number around makes me think that the fact that some people have found absolutely dozens of these does make me think that there is meant to be a decent number of them. So let's actually, while we have the money, we'll repair all of these and go back to our inventory and... Oh yes, okay, we definitely need to repair this one. And we are also using the fine battle axe, so we will repair that. And the crown. Yes, so we need to Excalibur, totally the real one, yeah. And we also did get this panther figurine because we had someone who wanted to go on an adventure to Northern Europe. She ended up all the way over here and grabbed something from a tomb and then came back over here and I think ran into some bandits. And then she finally seemed to make her way where she was meant to be and actually got us a decent artifact. Okay, so moved by my tribulations, Lord Brewdog has offered me his counsel and aid. So this is merely a ploy to exploit you. Yeah, let's try. Can the three of us not find common ground? We managed to reconcile all of them. Good, 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 good. Okay, and this is a positive stress reduction method. We'll go for Journaler, because that one is guaranteed. And with 30 learning, I think it is, 31, we should be more than skilled enough. And oh dear, so our son was executed. So now it is our grandson here who is our heir apparent. So this will indeed be interesting to see what happens. So let me just see. So Prince Ivor still gets most of these territories, which is good to see. And unfortunately we do not have quite enough to disinherit Ivor here. And there we go. So one of the learning perks that we can take is Know Thyself, which means that when we are within a year of dying, we will be notified exactly like this. So this is basically our call to action to get our affairs in order. So this can be less than a year. So this is not going to guarantee that on the 20th of November 1026 AD we will drop dead. It could be almost any time between them. Okay, and I have actually just noticed that... Okay, so there is an ad in progress. So obviously as subscribers, people shouldn't be notified of that. But I will just leave this on here because I'm actually noticing when the ad is running. So for the benefit of people who are here, who are not subscribers and maybe watching the adverts, I am just going to be waiting here for the time being. Probably take a drink as well. So yeah, I set up the advert schedule for today. Hopefully it's going to go okay because I have done what I can to avoid pre-roll adverts for the people who aren't subscribed, because I know it can be annoying to click on something to watch and be suddenly given a couple of adverts before you can even see what the stream is necessarily about. And actually, speaking of that, can I have a look at something? Quick action. Okay, I can put that in. Nope, those are all still broken. Okay, well, it's a good thing I tried putting in a couple of game. Okay, I think my... There we go. Okay, that should be better now. It should actually be registering my actions. Okay, yep, it's turning up. So, okay, there we go. Right. Right, okay, that should be fine. Don't necessarily want to scroll all the way over to things. And it's just... So yes, we'll be dead within a year. Rather unfortunately. We are known for our dedication to our faith. So the question is going to be, can we get 150 prestige before we die? Can we get 250 prestige, sorry. 50-ish renown. I think it was, to disinherit. Yeah, 150. So we will just honestly have to see, because it will all still remain in our territory even if things go sideways. But whether we will actually have some of the de jure options for the territory is another option. Okay, and we'll just send another bunch of gold towards you. Good thing we've got it all saved up, honestly. Good thing we've just got it all saved up. Ooh, and what's this? Okay, here we go. So apparently we can form a hybrid culture now. So let me just get rid of these. And... wrong button. Here we go. Form a hybrid culture. So here we go. 800 prestige. So from cultural acceptance. Okay, so the higher you actually get the cultural acceptance, you do get a small discount. Oh, actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna wait a tiny bit. Because I can just see... There we go. There we go. I know this is probably going to be dangerous, but... okay, so let's disinherit. Yes, and hopefully... Okay, that does look like... Let me just let a couple of days tick by. 22nd of August. Waldry. Yes. So indeed, our grandson here is going to inherit everything. We can hold court, inspired person. Weave something. Okay, no, we don't need another tapestry. Thank you. I appreciate the situation, but we do not need another tapestry. So let's ask for some gold. Was that... Did I see that was 160 gold? Or 25 prestige... 250 piety, rather. Yes, 160 gold. Nice indeed. To actually get some more cultural acceptance up. And see if that will work. We are currently at 65% and we are gaining 1 a year. Okay, that is going to be brilliant. So what did I say? It was the 20th of November, 1026. I don't think it is obviously a year to the exact day, but we will have to see. We've got like 2 weeks left. And yep, a year exactly. So King Pier of Wales has found peace in Christ's embrace at age 74 years of age. He died of old age. King Rodri ascends to the throne. So we should not have lost any titles and show our lineage. So we are getting, aside from a couple of small blips, we are getting rulers that live for a decent amount of time. So we should honestly expect about 40 years of rulership as King Rodri II of Wales. And it's a good thing we disinherited our second son when we did, because we have not, or we've not been allowed to be the family head anymore. So we've got a couple of things. This is our daughter. Okay, and we did have, oh, right. So we definitely want to disinherit this son in favour of this one. We definitely want to do that. So let's see. Strengthen the bloodline. What do we need? We are a dynasty head, so we just honestly need to wait for that to come back. And we got a diplomacy education. And Hoofkins. Most importantly, he had an awesome cat. Yes, he did. So let's go for Majesty Focus and get +1 prestige. Or I should say an additional 1 prestige a month. So you can no longer continue with promote cultural acceptance. Why is that? And obviously we have an absolute ton of people who feel like they should be on the council. You are a brilliant chancellor, so you will get that position indeed. You are a brilliant marshal. And you are an okay spy master, and you do actually like me now. Let's have a look at our steward. Anyone who's better, who wants, well, I should say anyone who's better who wants to be on the council. Dark Sage, you're still here, liar. You're not the King of Wales. Yes, I am. I am the King of Wales going back. Oh my goodness, let's have a look. So our grandfather, our great-grandfather. So you... Oh my goodness, okay, yes, we are going to have to go back quite a while. So did we start as this person? Not quite. But we did start playing as this person. So this is... Oh goodness, does it even actually say that far down? Oh. So yeah, we did lose the Kingdom of Wales along the line to a different dynasty member. But we reclaimed it pretty easily. Okay, called Tutor. Okay, who is going to be the best one? Now, do any of you, or any of you rather, Anglic? Yes. Our daughter technically is, apparently. So we can do that, and you will then be able to teach language. Huh. Okay, that may be a little bit iffy, at least at the moment. Okay, we are back as the dynasty head. There we go. So strengthen bloodline. There we go. For generations, our dynasty has been known for the strength of its blood. Vigor, beauty, and intellect are all attributes associated with the Ebrock name. My own excellence only confirms this. All of our dynasty's best qualities in one perfect individual. My name and my gifts will live on through my descendants for centuries to come. So we gain the nickname the Bloodfather, and we gain strong blood. So small boost to health. Chance of inheriting the good congenital traits is up 40%, and chances of new ones is up 400%. So the fact that, say, our younger son here only has Hale and Comely, there is the potential, especially if we get him married off to someone who is exceptional, that we can actually get a few good other traits in. So let me actually just have a look. Is there anyone with 2 traits? Well, preferably, obviously, 2 good traits, who is not too old comparatively to him. Unfortunately, not easily. So ideally what we want is one person with the hail trait and one with the pretty trait. Doesn't look like any of that's going to happen. Yes, let's reinforce the hail trait. And oh my goodness, that looks brilliant. That looks brilliant. Okay, and apparently we are paranoid. So here we go. Right, so this is going to be a bit of an issue. We are paranoid. So let's hold a hunt for 133 gold. And there is a couple of court events. Okay, so we can say no, he's not going to become our court cupbearer. Nope, not at all. You do not like us. Okay, and this is yet another Shrek thing. So let me just have a look. Okay, we'll do this one. So it's like, come on, like we all haven't had to let loose a butt before, because that reduces our stress by a tiny bit. Does this keep getting... Okay, no, this doesn't keep getting reset, it just looks like it. But we are good on that. And also speaking of, let's reforge this into a pedestal item. So it will gain a few things. Prowess and enemy fatal casualties. So we'll still get the enemy fatal casualties. We are not overly using it for the moment. Let's have a look at this one. So what will that give? So prowess +3, prowess +1, night effectiveness +2. But if we put it here, that could be an option when it starts getting older. And what would this one do? Prestige and independent ruler. Dread gain, pretty much. And this one... Can we not actually... Doesn't look like we can make that one into a pedestal artifact, unfortunately. There we go, we are no longer as overwhelmed by stress. Wessex is still an absolute mess. Can we... Let me see... Okay, yes, we do still have de jure claims on these territories. So we're going after a white stag. And we are apparently trying to kill someone. No, we don't need to do that. He's been disinherited from the succession line. Yes, we will abandon that. Okay, and we'll decide to wait behind for one of our courtiers just to make sure. Because even though we are paranoid, we are calm. We are greedy, though. How old is our wife? 38 years old. So there is still a chance that we could have yet another child. But oh my goodness, this kid definitely needs to inherit. So it would be nice if we could get a few more of these genetic traits in. So we are looking for the first level of intelligence and the first level of beauty. So this person here could be quite interesting. That would reinforce the intelligent one and get the other two. Apparently they are related. Who and how and why. So my great-grandfather, his child, grandchild, great-grandchild, great-great... Okay, the fact that I have to put in like 3 greats there is probably fine. Okay, you basically have just a terrible single trait, but we will once again try and reinforce that one. And you are 12 years old. So let's have a look. Okay, so oops, we need it matrilineal. You'll still accept it anyway. Okay, as the heart stumbles and falls, we drown out its wails with shouts of victory. You are club-footed, but that is not necessarily one of the worst bad ones to send down. And of course you are also a genius. So if we could perhaps find... yeah, let's reinforce the hail trait on you. What are we going to do with you, though? Because this is going to be the annoying one. So, level 1 intelligent, level 1 pretty. And you do have the pure-blooded trait as well, so it could be nice to see if we can use that to kind of override a couple of other things. That one, yes, will do you. So, yes, okay, so all of our children have been married off and we need a court tutor once again. So we will just select you and put you into that position. But yes, we definitely need this child to be our heir. We definitely need this child to be our heir. And hunt returning from the wild, 150 prestige. So who needs... So what are you being educated in? Intrigue, because honestly this has just been so long since the last one. Let's do that. You are being educated in intrigue once again, so we'll send you to the same person. And our player son and heir is... Seriously, intrigue again? Well, I guess we'll send you off to you. And... Okay, so we only need 75 renown to disinherit you. I'm sorry, you're just not good enough. You are just not good enough. And honestly, it's a good thing that, oh, it's a good thing that Toxicite isn't here, because me dismissing a kid that has quick and comely and the pure-blooded trait, yeah. Toxicite wouldn't be too happy with me just saying that. Oh, okay, apparently we need to unpin our wife. And let's just have a look. The culture, Anglo-Saxon. No, we don't. Wait, are we? Oh no, we are Anglo-Saxon. Oh. Ooh, okay. But still, the thing is, we can... Okay, Welsh Anglo? Yeah, that is absolutely fine for me. So, Brythonic and Brythonic language. Must pick pillars from both cultures. Okay, alright, let's do West Germanic and bureaucratic versus stoic. Yes, I think we wanted to choose bureaucratic. It looks like it's all kind of unfortunately reset. Oh, and we can pick up to 6 traditions now. That is nice. So aesthetics, names from, well, we obviously want the Welsh culture, Northern and Continental European, and traditions. So this is basically a situation where, which one do I not want? So Highland Warriors, yes. Longbow competitions, yes. Herds, yes. City Keepers, Maritime Mercantilism, yes. Refined Poetry, Wit and Gamont, probably not. and city keepers. I'm not 100% sure on city keepers, so we'll do refined poetry. And actually, you know what? It's not going to negatively impact us. So let's form ourselves a hybrid Welsh Anglo-Saxon culture. There we go. Spurred on by positive relations and increased cultural exchange, the Anglo-Saxon and Welsh peoples have grown increasingly closer over the years. Now individuals from these societies have begun to view themselves not as one or the other, but as both simultaneously. Anglo-Saxon traditions and values form the backbone of this new culture, while various Welsh attributes have been adapted and integrated. To a new age, a new era, a new people. So we do need to do some cultural conversion in some of these places, because as we can see, we just have this bit on our main area, which is basically the land that we control directly. But we now have a bunch of options. So we want hereditary rule for 23 years. And we're also being exposed to chronicle writing. So that should be expected to be discovered in about 39 years. Yes, there we go. There is our Welsh Anglo-Saxon culture. And we'll have to see how things go on and what we can be. All neighbours can be vassalised. So Derby will accept. Worcestershire will accept. Northamptonshire will accept. So that is Worcestershire, Northamptonshire, and I can't quite remember where that last one was. Hello there, Diamond Sun. So this game, if you have ever watched Game of Thrones or read the book, it is essentially that in video game form. The idea is that you start as a person from a dynasty or family, and the goal is to basically just continue along holding some kind of territory and basically surviving until the end of the game, which I have set for us as the default end game of 1453. So we ourselves are the Kingdom of Wales, and there is a lot of space, honestly, that can be played. We started in 867, so we've been going for almost 200 years. We started as a duke, became the King of Wales, lost the title, regained it, and we're now taking over England. So, and basically there is a load of options: diplomacy, war, intrigue, and such. So the longest time that you can go is actually, there is an option. That is not what I was looking for. That was not what I was looking for, so let me actually just quickly save. And we want to exit to the main menu, just so we can actually see there are a ton of different options that you can actually do. So let's go to 867 and just choose a random person. So as you can quickly see, you can basically choose anyone from a count all the way up to an emperor if you necessarily want to. So let's just come down here and choose a random person in Italy. So game rules, and let's us find. So end date is basically either 1453, so kind of considered the historical end of the Middle Ages, or you can honestly just keep on playing for forever. So you will never get an option where you reach a year and you'll be told, yeah, game over, good try, do you want to try a new game? That will honestly just keep going. And I have seen some people saying that they've been playing Crusader Kings 3 all the way up to the like 21st century pretty much. Oh, okay, so that was not what I wanted to do. Okay, I don't know what I've managed to do there. It looks like that saved as we were trying to select a new option, but we can just go back to where we were as the King of Wales. So let me see. So you will not accept vassalage. Ah, you are at war. That would be why. So indeed, we do want people to be learning Brittonic language rather than Anglic. And you are too old. Yes, we can have you study. We don't want we don't want Italian. We want... Who is the best one? So you are... Oh goodness, is there no one... Or do you already know Welsh? Okay, you already know Welsh, that's fine. You do not. You do. You do. And you are too young to know that just yet. Yeah, there are a bunch of different options that you can actually do. Basically, it's essentially either diplomacy or military focus. Okay, so there are... I don't really care about that because although... No, that child is not even of my dynasty. Hello, Toxicite. Yes, welcome back. So, you did miss a bit of an exciting thing. We now have a Welsh Anglo-Saxon culture. So, essentially, the only one that I didn't keep was the option which gives you the Saxon elective succession law, just because I wasn't that interested. And apparently, because we actually waited for so long, we were able to get 6 traditions. So I honestly just tossed in refined poetry and city keepers in because neither of those were going to have any negatives. So yes, unfortunately, success also can come with failure. And so we did take the Midlands and also a bit of North England. However, quite a few of the vassals in the Midlands decided to rebel, and because we were busy trying to take the North, I just let them be independent. But we just vassalised most of them, so we've just got the Earldom of Lindsey, who is vastly losing in a war. But who knows, maybe when they're actually finished with that war, we can get them back in, and we will have a once more united chunk of England. So did all the vassals convert with you? I believe most of them did. So I presume that obviously... So I think it is... Let me actually just go back to it. So we can reform... Oh, no. Okay, so we can't reform or diverge just yet. I believe it said that most of the vassals would convert with us. So honestly, if we look by opinion of us... So, Welsh Anglo-Saxon, Welsh Anglo-Saxon, still Welsh Anglo-Saxon, Welsh Anglo-Saxon. So we still have a few vassals who are kind of both cultures. I'm presuming from the looks of it, it is anyone who is in the direct area here will convert. We have got our steward down here trying to convert. Okay, I think the adverts are finished now. Yeah, sorry about that, Toxicite. I have been trying to manage the ad schedule. I've been trying to obviously avoid having too many pre-roll ads when people come onto the stream. So it's just being set up and may or may not need to have a bit of tweaking done. Diamond Sun, thank you for following. So yeah, with the adverts, I'm hoping that I'll have it set up so that people will avoid having too many pre-roll ads, and we will have an ad break roughly every 30 minutes just to make sure of that. Just to obviously keep things at a reasonable level for people. Unfortunately, I've not been keeping track of when the adverts come on, so I think there's been at least a couple of occasions when I've been talking about some of the game mechanics and the adverts have been running for people. So yes, we do have at least some of our vassals converted with us, so I think it is the general idea is like most vassals, if they have a good opinion of you, will convert either like with the culture or religion. Some of them have stayed as they are, and then we also have, so we do have the Welsh Anglo-Saxon culture in most of Wales, but we do still have a couple of bits of Welsh. So the top liege is Welsh Anglo-Saxon, as we can see here, and all of these, we've kind of got the top culture liege as Welsh Anglo-Saxon, which is going to obviously be us. So it's going to take a bit of time to convert everywhere, but I'm hoping it will be able to spread through without too much issues. And we don't have a Casus Belli on you, so let's actually go and have a look. Oh, titles can be created. Yes, Kingdom of England. So that reminds me. So the character we were playing as died at the age of 74, and unfortunately, two of his sons, one of them died from being ill, the other was executed, and then basically after this one died, I saved up enough prestige and renown to disinherit this one, so he didn't get to inherit it or anything. Then unfortunately Prince Philip here died, was executed, so we are now playing as the grandson who had the 3 good traits. We've already strengthened the bloodline. As you can see, we are now called the Blood Father of Wales, and we have 5 children. So, Toxicite, let's play a game. How many of the children have good traits, and how many of them have poor traits? Because I just want to see what you think is going to have happened. Just to be interesting. So apparently we can declare war for the Duchy of Galloway against Ireland, though oh my goodness, look at how many troops they have. How do you have that many troops? Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, so you, Toxicite, you think 4 of them have good traits. So let's go through. Diamond Sun, how many of them will die? Well, hopefully none, because for one, unfortunately, you can't plot against your own children unless you have the sadistic trait. And 2, Crusader Kings 3 does give you a nice option to disinherit children. So anyway, let's go from oldest to youngest. So we have Princess Elgifu, who is 19 years old. She is quick and comely. She is strong, but that is not congenital. And we got her married to someone who is quick and hale to try and get those traits back in. So second child just has comely, and she is betrothed to someone who has the comely trait. Third child, genius, hale, but also club-footed. Betrothed to someone who is hale, so I'm just trying to reinforce those traits. Fourth child, first son, Prince Carl. Quick, comely, and pure-blooded. Betrothed to someone who is quick, robust, and comely. And child number 5, Manwick. Just wait, Toxicite. So, Prince Manwick. Genius, hale, comely, pure-blooded. Betrothed to someone who admittedly only has the hale trait, but if we can get that reinforced. Yes. So yes, guess who is being disinherited? Guess who is gonna be disinherited? Yeah. Yes, Toxic, I hope I'm not, it doesn't feel like I'm rubbing this in too much. It is honestly, it's just been honestly random chance. Hopkins, I wasn't waiting for him to arrive to push the disinherit button. It just would have been a nice coincidence. So yes, we are in a pretty good situation. We are, let me see, about 23 years off of having hereditary rule. So the Kingdom of England title does not exist. Hopefully we can get just the standard partition rule up before our king dies. Toxicite, oh, it's fine. I feel so betrayed, wounded, hurt. How dare you could you do this to me? Yeah, Diamond Son, you would have killed the children. Unfortunately, we can't really do that. So it's like if I, as an example, just take here. So murder scheme. So it's telling us we cannot do it because she is our child. Let me see if I can find... So yeah, you need to have the sadistic trait before you can use hostile schemes like murder or abduct against your own children. Now, if we were talking about grandchildren, then yes, we could potentially kill them, but alas not. Toxicite, I'm surprised you didn't just DM me a screenshot of you disinheriting. Such patience. Well, it's less patience and more that we don't actually have enough renown to do so. So anyway, so one of our vassals, such as Wen, has grown bolder. So let's see. Forgetting to invite her, so we presume that she is weak-minded or keeps to herself. She is paranoid, so maybe all problems will be blamed on her. She's conscientious, or at least wants people to think well of her. She's brave and generous. Threat, cowardly, or wants to keep the peace, so definitely no. Yeah, Diamondson, if you want to do all of the typical scheming and plotting and killing children, you definitely need to make sure your character has the sadistic trait. So let's forget to invite her. So we failed to manipulate her, unfortunately. We have been getting correspondence from someone, which means we lose a tiny bit of stress, which is good. Ooh. And Kent is independent. So Wessex is slowly starting to fracture apart. So you are, yes, still of our dynasty, okay. So that means all of these children are indeed part of our dynasty as well. So did I actually get all of these married off beforehand? Because this looks like the kind of marriages I would have done, yes. Okay, so this is someone who wants to try and kindle up a friendship. So we can say he still has a certain charm, just to keep things mildly decent. Okay, so that is just telling us about what we already knew. Of Lindsay, Stayore County. Oh my goodness, okay, they have got a load of troops as well. Ah, okay, most of them look like holy warriors. 2, 4, 10, 13, 15, 16, 19, 22. Okay, yeah, so that looks like we may need to actually kind of build up our own troops a tiny bit, because that has been something we've been neglecting a tiny bit. Let's construct some things, just because I think we're honestly going to need that. Toxic, any plans of expanding into Spain, Germany, France, Italy to see if we can reform Rome? Not for this playthrough, not if anything, like not unless something major happens. My main goal is to pretty much take over the British Isles and create the Empire of Britannia. What we do after then, if we still have a lot of game time left, is going to be I don't know, maybe just have to wait and see, because I mean we could easily go obviously into Francia, Germania and Italia and try and reform Rome, but I think I may want to do that in its own playthrough at some later point, just to obviously ensure that we have that as a focus of the playthrough rather than necessarily being a side effect, especially if we do get a DLC that allows us to go more into the ancient Rome and Hellenism aspects. That would be nice to kind of save that just in case. Yeah, so if that happens, I cannot guarantee when it might happen. So I'm just kind of saying that I'd rather keep it for that just in case. So sound foundations. Each living child gives you 1 random skill point. So that looks excuse me, sorry. So that looks like it was just a random assortment, 1 trait for, or 1 point for each trait. And we can hold court once more. Okay, and this is someone petitioning us to go to war against the kingdom at once. No, we don't want to do that right yet. Ah, here we are. Okay, so this is a special event for the cultural identity because we've merged them. So, my lord, I come with grave news, but with a solution. It's become increasingly clear that the Anglo-Saxons and the Welsh Anglo-Saxons are becoming more, perhaps even too, similar. It's paramount we show them that it's us, the Welsh Anglo-Saxons, who are the forefront of innovation. So we can host a festival, which we gain 350 prestige. Cultural acceptance between the two decreases by 10. A random lord gains 40 opinion, and every Anglo-Saxon vassal loses 10 opinion. We can arrange for an exhibit to show off our grandest accomplishments. So that is essentially kind of half of what that one was. And there's no need for us to exercise superiority. No, let's hold a festival. Yes, so we'll gain 350 prestige and we'll show that we are the better culture. Aye, and this event again. Yeah, just cut it off. So unfortunately that grave robbing one does seem to be a fairly interesting one. Ooh, and this is an interesting event as well. So, if the Holy See sanctions a campaign against the barbarous tribes of Ireland, all of the British Isles could become ours to rule. So we gain this trait for 100 years. So this has sanctioned the family's claim over Ireland, justifying any military campaign started by its members to subjugate the Isles' petty kings. So our level of devotion needs to be devoted servant, which is unfortunately not the next one, but the one after that. the Pope has at least 80 opinion of us. What is his opinion of us at the moment? -7. Yeah, that might take a while. Cultural acceptance, generous versus greedy. And we would need to completely control, from the looks of it, basically all of England. And we'd obviously need 1,000 gold and 2,000 piety. Okay, yeah, just more plots. Oh my goodness, okay, this is being... Oh, Fine Spear has low durability. Okay, let's actually have a look to see what we want to do with that then. Hello Jazzy May, how are you doing today? How have things been? So I think actually we want to equip this one, and then we want to turn this one into a pedestal item. Then we can come in here. And there we go, a fine battle axe gets exhibited. And there we go, we can see it there. And let's just see what our court grandeur is like. So our baseline is just 31, so we can get up to level 4. Okay, so because we are at our current court grandeur expectation, we are neutral on everything. Yeah, be right back, no problem, Toxicite. Yeah, Jazzy, things are going well. Both in real life and in the game. As you can see, England has managed to oh, okay. Let's offer you vassalage. Let's get another little county under our control. Seeing as you are a tiny, tiny independent little earl. There we go. So you are now a vassal of ours. So that just leaves 2 little territories. So unfortunately, yeah, base reluctance and everything. Though your war is almost about to finish, so hopefully we'll be able to see what your actual acceptance of it will be, and if we can get you in under lower vassal obligations. So yeah, we managed to take over quite a lot of the like Midlands and North England pretty quickly. Some of it got lost due to a bunch of vassals deciding that they wanted independence, but we've offered vassalage for most of them back, so it's now just this one left. We potentially have the option, if we gather together 1,000 gold and 2,000 piety, to petition the Pope to let us declare war against Ireland. And we have enough territory of what remains of the Kingdom of England to create the title, but we're not going to do that yet because it will split the kingdom. But it will mean that we have a claim on this one here. Unfortunately, we will need to do it within 25 years because the Duchy of Cornwall will become part of the Kingdom of Wessex by then, if we are not fast enough. So that is basically what happened down here to Brittany, because it was under the control of the Kingdom of Wessex for over 100 years. What is called de jure drift. So there's 2 types of control, de jure and de facto. So de jure is roughly translated of the law. So legally, it means that Brittany now belongs to Wessex because it was for 100 years de facto, or just factually, under the Kingdom of Wessex. So if it is de facto, it can still be considered its own independent duchy, even if it is under a kingdom title. If it is de jure part of a kingdom, then it will always belong to that one. And de jure drift is basically what I said. It's if you hold a bit of land that is not already by the law under your control, if you manage to hold on to it for 100 years, it will become yours. So offer vassalage. Under low feudal obligations, no, you will not accept. So difference in your military strength plus 12. So that would give plus 8. And maybe we could increase his opinion of us a tiny bit. Okay, we can't afford a gift. We need 137 gold. We could request a claim, but the Pope will not accept that. He's of a lower rank than us, so we can honestly just go in and, you know, declare war. So what else could we do? So we only have kind of a couple of places. So let's actually send you in and try and fabricate a claim on that section. And we need you to come across. So for years, 20 months, 13 months. Let's put you there. Okay, so that is some military tech that we've gotten. Or a military focus, I should say. How are we doing for time? So it's 5 o'clock now. Oh, and yes, also Jazzy, we did a merging of the Welsh Anglo-Saxon cultures. You're paying homage, that's fine. Okay, so I think, at least quickly, I'm probably going to do a brief break. I'm just going to set up some adverts while I do so, just in case. Or basically, while I'm taking a quick break, I might as well run some adverts. For those of you who have subscribed, you won't see these. If you do, there is an error somewhere. So if you do happen to see ads, just let me know and I'll have a little tinker with things. But yeah, so I'll run some adverts just while I take a quick break, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Oh. Okay, Jazzy, does it say how many years have passed since the game start? Yes, it does. So we can see here, whoops, okay, clicking on that actually unpauses the game. So we can see here, so we started on the 1st of January, 867. It is currently the 27th of July, 10:30. So we have been playing for 130 years out of approximately 600. So we're roughly a quarter of the way through things. But yeah, we've still got a long time to go if we wanted to. So, or Toxicite was saying, it's like, once we take over the British Isles, are we going to be potentially looking down towards, or Western-ish Europe and trying to see if we can restore the Roman Empire? And I said, no, well, I'm not going to completely write it out, but it might be that I keep that as something for another future playthrough, just because restoring the Roman Empire and getting Hellenism back is an interesting task on its own, but it is one that I kind of would prefer to dedicate its own playthrough for, rather than trying to add it onto this one. Ooh, okay. Your vassal holds titles that will be inherited by rulers who are not your vassals. The most reliable way to avoid this is to increase crown authority. That being said, it could simply be that the vassal in question has no legitimate children. Well, he is 3 years old, so that is potentially the issue. Ask our head of faith for gold. I think we were pretty fine with that one. And unlock new perks, so we will gain the trait Patriarch. So fertility, stress loss, close family opinion, and house opinion is all up. So yes, indeed. So what are these other ones that we have? Just going to over and having a look just to see if there's anything that we want. Not particularly anything there. Defensive negotiations. Yes, okay, so we definitely want to go through and try and get some of these things. Especially if we say... So thoughtful ducal conquest, forced vassalage. Yes, we definitely want that one. So flexible truces could also be interesting when we go to war against Ireland, because that is going to happen. So we'll have shorter truces and no prestige penalty for breaking them. And also accomplished forger as well. And then finally, we will get the diplomat option, which we may or may not want to go for. But yes, we will definitely go through the diplomat tree when we have the next perk available to us. So, yep, so not our rightful liege. Let's just see how we're doing on that culture. Innovation, so 19 years, and we've gained a level of stress, unfortunately. So we want to immediately do a bunch of things to reduce it. And anything else that we can do. We could commission an artifact if we necessarily wanted to. We don't have anyone in our court who has an immediate inspiration. So we can declare war on Wessex. So that is just one person or one duchy. That's another one duchy thing. And that is another one duchy thing. So I have sent my Archbishop to this county here to fabricate claims. And then we're going to send up here as well, so hopefully we'll be able to press all of the claims. Then stay hydrated, yes indeed. So I will indeed take a drink. I do find it amusing, the faces that my avatar pulls when I take a drink. Yeah, so welcome back, Toxicite. Let's just have a look. So Wessex is going through a few kind of revolutions and such. So our second daughter, I think this is, has just come of age. Yep. And then arranged marriage, send proposal. So that all should be fine. Gives my drinking immersion, but yeah. Slightly strange expressions. And so this looks like just a inter-vassal war. Norseman army conquest of the petty kingdom of man. Okay, so it looks like someone may have actually tried to take a bit of territory and isn't necessarily doing too well on it. I am definitely going to have to keep those little cat emotes around, aren't I, Jazzy? Just because of how much people are loving them and using them. I mean, not that I'm complaining, it means less work for me to create my own. Oh, okay. So we've got another child on the way. This is a rather late-ish life one. So yes, unfortunately we need to disinherit you. I have charged study language, so what languages do you know? Anglic and Brythonic, so that is fine. And yes, you need to be 6 years old. So you may already know those languages, and I am just honestly hoping against hope that this next child is a girl. Just because. Yeah, the little kitty emotes are cute, and that is why I chose them. I was like, the dog ones were nice as well, but I just preferred the cats, honestly. But because of Hoopkins and all of the subscriptions that he chucked out, I actually now have a I now have 2 extra emote slots that I can use. Okay, so this is a Liberty War. So what is going on here? Okay, so this is all the way down there. Just hope that they don't miss my presence in the war, because I do not really want to send another 110 gold to them. So yeah, if I want to, I could potentially add in a couple of other emotes, but honestly, the default ones that they give you are just the standard, like hype, good game, love, cry, and laugh emotes. So if I did add any more of the default ones, they would just kind of be repetitions of the ones we've already got, just as like dogs or people. So yes, I need to actually think about what emotes I'm going to be adding. So Earldom of Lindsay for 75 gold. Yep, we will go for that. And then up here for that one. So basically the reason why I'm actually hoping that this next child is a girl is because that will not mess with our inheritance in any manner. Could always use the Crusader Kings traits as emotes. Yeah, I've actually been thinking, well, not Crusader Kings, but I have been thinking about the subscription badges, and I've been vaguely wondering, kind of, should I take inspiration from a game called The World Ends With You? Just because that is one of my favourite games, and the idea of like our actual genuine badges in the game would fit the idea of the subscription badges pretty nicely. So anyway, we have indeed had a daughter, intelligent and comely. So let's just see if we can find someone we can betroth you to. And I'm very curious about that toxicite. Me being a woman of culture. So I'm curious what you mean by that. Because obviously I think I know. I just want to make sure. We'll get you two betrothed. That will bump up the beautiful trait and hopefully get the other two into the family gene pool at some point. Like, for instance, this son. Okay, you will not accept, unfortunately. Oh well. Oh well. So we do have 2 claims here. Let's actually just see if we can press both of them. Okay, no, they are considering... Yeah. I thought they would consider those 2, unfortunately, 2 different claims. And yes, I thought so. The world ends with you. So I have actually put up a poll on my Twitter page. I don't know if you saw it, but because I've got my Switch actually connected up to my computer now, and I can have a look at playing Switch games, I have been considering maybe streaming The World Ends With You, or rather Neo, The World Ends With You, and seeing what happens, whether people are going to be interested in either me playing the game as a new game plus, where we try and collect all of the badges in the game, or if I actually start the game from the beginning and walk people through it. And also I did have to put an option on the poll saying ¿Por qué no los dos? Which I say to my husband half the time, and he just he's actually started to know what I mean when I say that. So I'm honestly half expecting the why not both option to win. Jazzy, what's the game about? Okay, it is a sequel to a game that was released on the DS in 2007. It takes place in quote-unquote modern day Shibuya in Tokyo. Essentially, you play as characters who have died and been sent to this sent to what is called the UG or underground, to contrast with the RG or real ground in like the real world essentially, and they have to play something called the Reaper's Game. So for 7 days they are given tasks to complete to earn points and like progress up the leaderboard slash stay alive and not get erased. And one of the things that they have to do is they are given badges to actually use in battle, and different badges have different effects. It's an RPG, Japanese RPG, and I cannot remember the name of the person that does the character models, but they are someone who's worked on at least a couple of Final Fantasy games that I know of. So it is quite interestingly designed. Okay, so we've had a mental break, so we can either spend a bunch of money. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of money, 240 gold. Feast, or we can just honestly become melancholic. 80% chance we gain 80 stress. Oh dear. So melancholic, what does that actually do for us? No. Yeah, okay, let's say we will feast and get the comfort eater trait and indulge in food, so that will lose us 80 gold, but it will make us feel better, hopefully. And yeah, honestly, I fell in love with the original The World Ends With You game when I played it, and when the sequel, I heard that the sequel came onto the Switch, I needed to get my hands on it. It's like one of the few games that I actually went, okay, the demo is available on this day. I'm going to download it. I'm going to play it. Toxic Eye, I love it so much. The story and gameplay loop, yes. So I'm thinking that actually may be the game that I do once we are finished up with Crusader Kings 3, because it is one that, at least for me, feels like a lot more relaxed, and obviously is a lot less intellectual. I don't have to think so much about alliances and wars and troops and getting everything built up. It is honestly just more of an action game. But yeah, Toxicite, you are aware that this means I may be messaging or DMing you on Discord and actually having a long chat about The World Ends With You, because oh my goodness, the number of people that I know that actually know of the game is ridiculously small. Okay, so loyalty or fear. As their king, my vassals owe me their allegiance. So calm, paranoid, greedy. So we're not really someone who would consider tyranny and such. So yeah, we'll gain generous liege for 10 years. Which goes against our being greedy a tiny bit. Hoofkins, never heard of it till now, not big into JRPGs. Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. Honestly, I can't even remember how I originally found out about the game back in the DS era, but it was something that looked intriguing, so I went, oh yeah, I'll go and grab it, and I just fell in love with it. So Toxicite, saying it's been forever since you played it, is that the original The World Ends With You with Neku and Shiki, or have you actually had a look into Neo The World Ends With You with Rindo and Fret? Okay, so this is another one's... Okay, an unexpected offer or trade with these brigands. Yeah, let's actually go for the unexpected offer. The original with Neku. Okay, so it could actually be interesting if I played Neo The World Ends With You, the sequel, fresh with a new game then. If you are interested in the story, because the way the sequel is done, it has quite a lot of similar plot points, but especially because of the change over from obviously the DS and touch controls to more console-based one, because it also has made its way to the PlayStation 4 and PC. It has a completely well, I say completely different. It has a different combat system, which, yeah, I just think feels so smooth and so perfect for things. Okay, so this is a grandson who has decent traits. So this might actually be the genius trait is the one that was chosen. Okay, you have become Chancellor, can't be fired for 25 years. Okay, I don't tend to just fire people as and when anyway. Do I want... So this was 25 earlier, so maybe send a gift. 137 gold, but would gain 80 stress. Oh dear. Norseman army conquest of the Principality of Mercia. Okay, so who is attacking us? Okay, so this is where on earth? Oh my goodness. Okay, is this honestly just like an invasion Casus Belli? It may be. It may be. So we obviously want to get our troops raised up. And so yeah, on the Principality of Mercia. Okay, so you are wanting the full duchy. Okay, so this may indeed be an invasion. So what I was about to do, I'm not quite sure I can do now. Yes, we can. Okay, yep, we can get you in on low feudal obligations. We did obviously spend an absolute ton of money doing that, but we now have, or we will do in a moment, there we go. We now have that last little bit of the Midlands that we had previously is now back under our control. So East Anglia. You would not accept, however, we could once again send you a gift of 225 gold. Oh my goodness, why are you wanting so much money? Oh, great. Yeah, honestly, I'm just waiting for us to die. So we'll just, unfortunately, have to say the option with the least amount of stress because this is not going to work. Unfortunately, we can't afford that for the moment. Where on earth is, or are these troops going to be coming from is the question. Yeah, where are you? Okay, I have no idea what the game is trying to tell me here. I am obviously presuming that this is... Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh. How many troops do you have? Nowhere near enough. How many troops do you have? Decent amount. Let's call you to war. How many troops do you have? A ton. Let's call you into the war then. 500. I think we would be able to do without you. 500. Once again, I think that'll be fine. Yes, we will call you in. And how many troops do you have? 345. Okay, so we won't do that. What we will do is once again ask our head of face for gold. 230 gold. Because we are essentially... Okay, what are you being educated under? Intrigue. Yeah, why is everyone on a sodding intrigue focus? No, we don't want to convert you to Saxon culture. Study a language. So Brythonic, yes, we want you to study the Brythonic language indeed. And obviously we want you to also adapt to the Anglo or Welsh Anglo-Saxon culture. But oh my goodness, this is going to be better to play, or Toxicite, watching and also playing Crusader King, not Crusader Kings, Final Fantasy. You be down. Probably best to play the first game so others have context, but that's just me. Yeah, honestly, the problem is that I don't have the original game on the DS, and even if I did, I wouldn't be sure how to actually stream it through the computer. So there are a few issues with that, and honestly, the controls for the first game, while docked, are a bit terrible. The first game does have not the motion controls, but it does have the touch controls that the DS had. But unfortunately, when it's docked, you kind of have to do all of the motion controls, and that is just yeah, that can be very much hit or miss, unfortunately. But the way the second game, the sequel, is put together, it is intended that you're able to play it without knowing too much about the first game. It's just things like the original... Oh, it's like when you get a bit further into the game, not only does it kind of expect you to really have details and information about the first game, but also the one more day, a new day. I can't remember what it's called, but it was an additional bit of content that they put into the Nintendo Switch version. But honestly, I kind of know all the details, so I should probably be able to fill people in without too much of an issue. I mean, I hope my explanations on things like Crusader Kings 3 for people who have not played it themselves have been decently descriptive. Okay, thankfully we've won that. Thankfully. Oof. So they should be sodding off now. Yeah. If the controls for the Switch were better for the First World Ends With You, I would definitely consider at least doing some kind of summary for it. But as it is, it's unfortunately not that great. So why is our spouse not... Oh, because she actually technically is a landholder. There's a story in our little town of a king with a garlic crown. To battle the infidels, he rode on a donkey, but his only success was against a small monkey. This cursed ballad has become very popular among wandering minstrels and the plebs alike. Way too popular for my taste, since I found out a disturbing amount of similarities between myself and its protagonist. But hearing it shamelessly sung in my own face by my own kinsman Padrig is going too far. So I'll just say they'll have to stop at some point. So did we get that nickname? We did not, perhaps because we already have one. Okay, so our child has returned. So how are you doing? So we should be educating you ourselves, shouldn't we? I think so. Okay, no, it's someone else. Actually, you know what? Unfortunately, yes. We'll actually educate you ourselves. Whoops. Okay, remove Guardian. But what we want to do... We are Welsh Anglo-Saxon. Okay. What we want to do is educate child and make sure we click this button to convert his culture. Oh, goodness. Okay. So I think we are good. So we needed to send you 150 gold. We should be able to get that in no time. And East Anglia needed 225 gold. So 44 and minus 14. Let's have a look at you. 65 and minus 35. So yes, it will probably be better to go up here and get him involved and get him kind of inducted into our land. Then we can go to war against you. Could we request a claim? Yes, but you would not accept. Anything else? Nope. So he would not accept vassalage because obviously he's like base reluctance, not his rightful liege. Lower military strength than him and standard cultural acceptance. But I would say we have been doing pretty decently here. We have our dynasty on the throne of Wessex. So perhaps if we were to get the Britannia title, we can honestly just say... Okay, so raiders are a fearsome bunch. So this person joins our court. No, I don't think so. Pay homage. That is fine. So what was I doing? Yes, so the Empire of Britannia. So we have 30 of the 80 de jure counties. So we own not quite a third of it. We would need 2 kingdom titles, which hopefully, when we actually manage to get through, let me just see, hereditary rule, in 17 years. This takes forever. Oh boy. And we have another stack overflow. We have another stack overflow here. Okay, it's already gone. So that honestly looks like it may just be a display issue because it does disappear in approximately the amount of time we'd expect. Yes, so everything honestly should be going to... Yes, so we do honestly need to be getting rid of some of our duchy titles. Let's go here, and I think... okay, so no, I don't think you're actually in our court, are you? Have a look. Okay, no, so what are we going to do? So which duchy titles do we have that we could probably get rid of? So Powys and Gwynedd, no, Mercia. We probably want to grant to someone. So who is basically a good steward or has good stewardship skill and is potentially got some other good traits along with it. Okay, so you would gain the Principality of Mercia along with the Earldom of Staffordshire. So that looks like it would be fine. There we go, he has become our vassal. He is of our dynasty, but he does not have any children with his wife, which is unfortunate. However, his brother does. And we have a couple of, well, one kid with half decent genes. Okay, and I completely missed the ad break on there, so, but hopefully there was nothing too involved. So we should now have Powys, Gwynedd, and this one that we need to get rid of. Well, I say get rid of, but anyone who's not landed... No, unfortunately everyone is landed. So what do you own? So ideally it would be someone who actually owns one of the 2 bits of land here. That would be given to... So you are stewardship of 8. I mean, you are... You're 5 years old, but you almost... you almost actually have a better stewardship. Okay, so we want to grant you the title of the Principality. There you go, so you now technically own that. I'm aware that that is probably Baldegor. Oi, Buffkins, don't lie. Don't lie, lying is bad. No, I did not disinherit another 3 perfectly good heirs. If nothing else, we have not even had 3 perfectly good new heirs. Okay, so I think honestly I'll probably be wrapping it up in a short while. So what did we say we wanted to do? So you were the one that had 150 gold. So let's seclude ourselves and get rid of some stress. And unfortunately not overly too much, but let's see. Offer passage 0. Oh, come on, buddy. Oh, that is annoying. If he has one more opinion of us. So basically, if we can increase our military strength by just a tiny bit more, then we would be... Then it would be all brilliant. And then we would honestly just have East Anglia to snatch and grab into our territory. So your son and heir doesn't have any good genetic traits. It does definitely seem like I have nabbed all the good genes here. So daughter, or granddaughter rather. So decent-ish traits. Hold on. Okay, no, you are still actually claiming stuff there. We don't want that. We want you to, yeah, fabricate a claim there, just in case we cannot get that person as part of our empire, well, our kingdom, I should say. So, hereditary rule in 16 years. So I think I may fast forward those 16 years and just get things on this. Aid? You're going to have to give me a little bit of a pronunciation guide on that, unfortunately. But yes, indeed. Ireland is indeed idle. Okay, thank you. Yes, Ireland has indeed, like, up until, honestly, so I think it was the last, or the previous stream that I did, Ireland, the Kingdom of Ireland, held everything apart from, I think, this bit of land and this bit of land here. And then as I was playing this, I just saw Ireland kind of go up here and then kind of, oh, I'm taking the Isles. I'm taking this bit here. I'm taking this bit here. I'm taking this bit here. And because we were zoomed in kind of about like this, I could see them just slowly increasing. I could just see them slowly creeping up. So yeah, Ireland has taken over Scotland and Wales is taking over England. So it's definitely going to be a situation where it's going to be Ireland versus Wales. Okay, so this is a castle, horrific smell. Okay, so this is the latrines thing. So lose 55 gold. But we will lose stress, so unfortunately no. Just plug the hole in the floor. Unfortunately. Is it the Munster dynasty? No. Oh, in Ireland. Oh, yes, that one. If you give me 1 second. Let me just, let me just actually have a look. It is the Neil dynasty that is currently in charge, because it was the, it wasn't actually the, Munsters down here that actually started grabbing up land. Munster was actually the last bit of independent Irish counts remaining. It was, I think, I'm not quite sure which one of these three it was, but it was them rather than Munster that started uniting everything. So like we could actually have a look back. So yeah, it was this person here from the Earldom of Athlone. Let me just see. Okay, it was the Meath dynasty, or the ones that held Meath, that actually are the ones that have united Ireland and taken over most of Scotland anyway. Yes, interesting events indeed. Yeah, I don't think even through Crusader Kings 2 and Crusader Kings 3, yeah, like you said, Idol, Ireland never really unites unless it is me playing as Ireland. I think probably the best I've had is someone kind of conquering about 2/3 of Ireland, but never unifying completely, and most certainly never taking Scotland. Okay, our son has learned the Brythonic language. We have someone in court with an inspiration. Forge a goblet. We've already got one of those, unfortunately. I'm going to say no. And okay, so our son and heir is caring for a criminal. So he would keep the trait compassionate, which I think you are going for an intrigue focus. So it is bad for that. Unfortunately, we are so stressed out that these are going to give us just such critical amounts. I'm not quite sure we can necessarily justify it. You got Britannia as Ireland one. Yeah, yeah, sometimes when you do the 1066 start, England can be just an absolute mess sometimes. Okay, so we'll get you married. Okay, I need to fix that. I need to fix that alert, but it's good to see they actually did trigger, because I was trying to get that working before the stream today. Yeah, it's always interesting seeing one of the like non-local people come in and try and rule over England, because it does have a tendency to fall apart. And thank you very much for following. Yeah, I hope you've obviously been enjoying the stream then. Okay, and what else do we have? We can negotiate our alliances with a couple of different people. We can declare war against the... is that noise really loud? I'm sorry, I can't... I was tweaking it, but unfortunately I can't actually hear it myself. It's not coming up on my stream. So unfortunately that's one thing I'm going to have to look at. It's like the sound blurps are coming through absolutely fine, but none of the actual overlays are, and I'm not 100% quite sure why. Yeah, sorry about that, Hoofkins. Just be glad it's not the Project Zomboid noise. Because, oh my goodness, that going off can just give you some traumatic stress. That can seriously give you some traumatic stress going off. Okay, so apparently we do have a couple of powerful vassals who want to be on the council. Unless I do a little bit of shuffling around, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to be there. There's like a 16 marshal, but our current marshal is only really good at intrigue, but our current spy master is atrocious at everything else, so no. Okay, and this is another one where one of our vassals is kind of being disparaging to us. So, weak-minded or keeps to himself, conscientious, often objectified due to his appearance, so he is greedy and wrathful. Oh, tried that one. I can never 100% get these, but apparently we got that one. We got social manipulation. And still nothing there, so we're probably going to have to come back here and do a bit more in terms of upgrading our places. Oh, okay, so you have been upgrading, that's good. Okay, so which bits belong to us? I can never 100% remember. Okay, so it's this one down here as well, that's been moderately upgraded. And this one... Okay, so let's get some military camps in there as well, just to grab a few more, or a couple more 100 troops. So we have 1, 2, 3, and then I think... Is that one we own? No, it is not. Okay. I always keep on forgetting about this little area here. I don't quite know why. Okay, extramarital affair. Crime cannot go unpunished. And yes, someone has a debated heritage. And let's just release you. Yeah, some of these things is kind of... You can almost see me as someone like on the throne rolling my eyes and just going, fine. Okay, so forced vassalage. So their military strength is inferior to ours. And can we do it for you as well? Yes, we can. Okay. So this is our older son who I was trying to get through and hope for some good genetic traits in. So the good news is he got the pure-blooded trait. Unfortunately, he only got quick and comely, didn't get any of the strength traits at all, so I just went and disinherited him. He is betrothed to someone who does have similarly the quick and comely traits, but also the robust traits, so fingers crossed that some kind of genes will get passed down. And apparently she has a younger sister. Okay, let me just have a look. Okay, you two are getting betrothed, because that is tier 2 beauty and tier 2 intelligence can be upgraded. And then there's, well, not necessarily a 50-50 shot, but robust or Amazonian, which will be good. Okay, and you just got flamboyant trickster, so level 2. Not amazing, unfortunately. Okay, and yep, you two can get married. Is this a new one? So that is the old one. Oh, full. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, we are not finishing the game until we got enough money to get him to do that and complete it. We are not finishing the stream until then. Which probably means we want to bump up the speed at least a tiny bit. Okay, actually no, we don't want you to be doing that anymore. Because we actually have the forced vassalization option now. Upper vassalage, no, you will not accept it. It's gone down. It's gone down. Mental break. Okay, so we'll just say we don't want to see them either. And that reduces our stress. Unfortunately, our sister died of cancer, which pretty much got all of that stress and more back. Unfortunately. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm hoping that this does not mean that we're going to suddenly die of stress, because I do not want to overly be playing as an 11-year-old. So their military strength is vastly inferior. So 250 prestige. And yours is inferior. So we should have... Or did it get cleared out? I think it may have gotten cleared out. So we want a rally point up here. And then raise all troops. Okay, so there we go. That has been raised, and we want to come over here and fight. Okay, so that has easily been won. 16%. And we should be sieging down the territory. So my wife is once again absent from our chambers. So I think we will honestly just say her every move will be watched. Because that stress level is dangerous. So I don't think I mentioned this before, but when we had the situation where we lost the Kingdom of Wales, and I was trying to play ahead and see what we were going to do, our character that we were playing as... Oh, sorry. The character that we were playing as just died of stress. Because obviously I was keeping our stress level relatively high because we wanted to get that extra bit of gold. But unfortunately that also meant that, yeah, he basically had a stress-induced heart attack and died. So chances are even, apparently. So can we actually select this and see if we've got anyone better? Yes, if I keep remembering to click on the arrows here rather than anything else. So this is Unyielding Defender and Holy Warrior versus Reaver. Flexible Leader. Are we in Hill? We are in Forest. I don't think we've got someone who is good at that. Wife spionage. Okay, so hopefully we should be able to win this. I did see these troops here, but they look like just regular raiders. So even though we are, like, advantage is in enemy's favour, we are still handily winning this. Very, very handily. So that should be 32%. And then we will have you next. So their military strength is similar to ours. So we may honestly just hunker down and start finding, well, not start finding things, but start building up money, reinforcing our troops, getting some more men-at-arms in. Because I think we need to hunker down and start actually bringing up our military might. Okay, so that siege is almost done. Okay, they interrupted us just before we could do it, but once again, we are still handily slaying them, even with the advantage in the enemy's favour. Oh, and that is 100% right there. So enforce demands, he becomes our vassal. And there we go. And we can disband. Gives us back up to plus or a positive income. And what is our military strength technically at? So we are allied to Wessex, so that gives us a huge advantage in terms of conquering the British Isles. As to what else we can do. So our councillor has just died. That was our steward. Who is actually good? You are vaguely competent. And of course, we can't fire our chancellor for another, oh my goodness, almost 20 years. Gosh, so even if we did have someone who was better than her, which we do not, we couldn't even put them there because she has secured her place for 50 years. Which, I mean, that's been a good thing for her. That's a good thing for her. So you are getting a learning education. So the best person is our court tutor. Puffkins, that's on my CV. Vaguely competent. Oh, I mean, okay, it says 14. A skill of 14 is good. A skill of 12 is average. A skill of 23 is excellent. But yeah, it's just how the game calculates it. Because obviously it does have kind of certain levels. Okay, so apparently we learned of a deviant secret. Yeah, it's basically when I'm looking for a counsellor, if I can avoid it, I kind of want to make sure that the people have a skill level of at least 10. Okay, and what is going on in our court? Another wine thing. So this is 25% chance of gaining drunkard, but it would lose us 51 stress. Did we gain drunkard? Nope, we did not. Thankfully. I'll take the keys to the treasury, please. So long as you don't start embezzling funds. Because I know that happens in Crusader Kings too. So long as you don't start embezzling funds, I think we'll be okay. So what do we want? Finish the find secrets. Well, you were the one that said. And diplomacy perks. So we want flexible truces. So we want to go down this way first, I think. And okay, so that is just more more people being invited. Offer vassalage, no. Puffkins. Wait, what's the point of being in charge of the treasury if I can't pilfer it for my own personal gains? Well, at least as Crusader Kings 3 works, it means that you actually are more capable of ruling your own lands, in which case you can get taxed more effectively from the places that you own. So this is a child from our first son, who we disinherited, who, may I remind you, does have the pure-blooded trait, and married to a woman who has a couple of traits that could potentially be reinforced in any children. So let's see if this grandchild has any good traits? Drum roll, please, and let's see. Average. I'm sorry, but that is average for me, as we are. That is average for me. So we needed to obviously... Okay, transfer vassalage. Yep. Okay, that would actually give us stress because we're greedy. So as much as I'd want to do it just to neaten up the borders, well, it can't necessarily be done. And yet another hybrid culture being formed. And I'm actually keeping an eye on things now because I can see that there is an ad going to be popping up soon. So here we go. After my long tutelage, pleased to end when he told me that he considers himself Welsh Anglo-Saxon, which also does remind me. Okay, so you had finished that apparently absolutely ages ago. So 4 years. 4 years. So yes, this all honestly looks like it's just going to be 4 years. 10 years for those up there. So we'll just get started, I guess, and just let it tick along, and just have to remember that when that finishes we'll have to put her to change the culture in the next area. So exotic arms, a unique weapon, so this is a battle axe. We gain 160 stress. That is probably immediate death. Because we are, yeah, 246. That's probably like immediate death. So we'll just say, what tripe? So unfortunately, because we've got our steward converting culture and our spouse is technically in a different court, we don't have any way to really invite her over, unfortunately. It's like we can't even request a divorce and find someone new, rather unfortunately. Okay, here we go. So this is a new one. So this is an Anglo-Saxon vassal. So though he has clearly practiced the Brythonic vows, he mispronounces several sections, humorously changing their meaning and leaving my courtiers stifling titters. So we can say good effort, so he will spend 75 prestige, but we still gain bonuses. Or we can say, do you have any idea what you just said? You know what, we're going to say good effort, because if we've learned anything from my pronunciations, it can be a bit difficult when you're not used to the, especially the vowel sounds of Welsh. So is there any... Okay, yes, we can seclude ourselves for 150 prestige. We can hold court. I'm not quite sure that's going to do anything. And our last thing is honestly probably going to be going to war against you. Forced vassalization, 375 prestige. Your military strength is inferior. So let's get that started. Get another rally point up here. And there we go, 3,000 troops. And this is, okay, an enemy. So let's fall in. Oh, okay, right, I understand that. So we may be fighting this on our own, but let's go anyway. Okay, so our mother, it looks like, drank herself to death, which means we're basically gaining back all of the stress that we were just trying to lose. So we have an ad break in about... actually, let me just... Okay, so ads are snoozed for 5 minutes, just for the benefit of people who this might have been interrupted by, and we will see if we can hurriedly get through this war. Okay, nope, we are going to lose this one. Whoop. Oh well. Okay, you are Sussex. Fine. Sure. Okay, so we can't actually call you to war from the looks of it because one of your vassals, Count of Sussex, how many troops do you have? Not enough for me to consider that. So what would happen if we surrendered on this? Ouch. 248 gold. Ouch. Let me just check something. Okay, so we are... Right, so we're good for... just checking that my pushing those adverts back wouldn't affect the pre-rolls. Nope, we're good on that timing. Just because obviously I want to make sure that it's as yeah, I tried to think of the right words. Okay, so let's pass limited crown authority. Because we have that as an option. God, why are all these people drinking themselves to death? Okay, yeah, I think we may actually just honestly... So would we gain stress from surrendering? No, we wouldn't. Okay, so that is fine. So where would be the best one? Plains, forest. And of course they are walking in. And another battle. So yes, I think we will surrender. We will lose an absolute ton of gold. And yeah, so I think we are just going to have to leave it at there for the time being. We're going to have to come up here. And disband. Okay. So yes, I think we are honestly just going to have to wait here and build up our resources back. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to... Yeah, okay, so despite what I said, it's going to take us a while to get that gold back. So what I am going to do is we have been streaming for almost... Well, we've been playing for almost 4.5 hours. So I think this is probably about time where we can save and wrap things up. So I will exit to the main menu just as per usual, and I will get the right thing set up. There we go. Okay, so that should be transitioned over. Yep, that looks good. So yeah, that has been massively more successful than I was ever hoping it could have been. Actually, I was not expecting to be quite that successful. So yeah, thank you everyone who's hopped in to watch, to chat and everything. Let me just see, are there any people online? Yes, there are. Let me just have a look at a couple of them. See who we could potentially go and raid and hang out a little bit with them. Okay, so we have White Mage, who we did raid on Thursday. She's playing Animal Crossing again. Or we have Kukushi, who is streaming Project Zomboid. So I think, yes, we will go for Kukushi. So let's set that up. And yes, once again, thank you very much to everyone who has been watching, everyone who has followed. As we can see, we had a couple of new followers during this stream, so thank you very much for all of that. And we will be back once again on Tuesday at 6 PM GMT and continuing on this. And fingers crossed we'll be able to get that last little bit of England under our control. So there we go. Let's set up the raid and I will see everyone next time. Bye bye for now.
hey, what's up, Positronics? Thanks for the raid. I'm going